Microphone checker, microphone checker. Mic check, mic check, mic check. We in the building. We in the building. All we do is win, win, win. And if you came for MAGA, put your hands in the air. Let them stay there. All we do is win Wednesday. All we do is win Wednesday. Perfect Timing Podcast. Back with the blast. In and out with a dash. 2026 won't last. Let's get this done and get this cash. Hit the super chat. That's the first thing you should do. that's the first thing you should do. Hit the super chat, man. Already we got somebody in the comments while y'all was here. Relax and talk sports. Winning again, man. That's all we do is win, man. That's all we do is win, win, win. And if you came for MAGA, put your hands in the air. Let them stay there. That's what we do, man. All we do is win Wednesday. Trump news, Trump news, Trump news, giving Democrats the boo blues, giving Democrats the boo blues. That's what we do every day, 1 p.m., the #1 podcast on YouTube for political and geopolitical debate. It's the black guy with the tight eyes coming in so high. Hey, how's you doing, man? I'm doing good, man. I hope everybody's doing good, prayed up and blessed, man. We moving through this week, man. This year is moving so fast, man. 2026, man. 6 attempts on the president, man. We got Trump's ultimatum. I did some research again. I'm always reading, man. I can't help it, man. I'm always reading and doing research because I love the podcast. I love the people. So I was reading and doing some research for today's podcast, and what I found was in my reading, or really in my research, yesterday I went over a brief topic. It was the not Paris Climate Accords, but I did look up the Paris Climate Accords because I was researching the Abraham Accords. Anybody familiar with the Abraham Accords? So I played a brief video on the Abraham Accords yesterday. I find it fascinating, right? I feel like I'm breaking news every day. I broke the news on the UAE and Saudi attacking Iran and an alliance between the UAE and America. We did the swap line. We gave the UAE dollars. They needed a swap line because America and the petrodollar is the strongest thing in the market right now. Everyone is buying oil and gas from America. No one's talking about these hidden victories in Iran. I mean, you can't even go to Iran and the hitting victories in Iran without first starting with Venezuela, right? You got to start with the money we're making in Venezuela before you get to the hidden victories in Iran. So I was researching all of these agreements. So I said, the JPCOA was the deal that Obama made with Iran. That was a nuclear peace agreement, but it really wasn't a deal, right? It was a win for Iran. Iran got billions of dollars. Even now, in the peace agreements that's being discussed, Iran still wants money and sanctions relief. I don't believe they're getting the money and the sanctions relief because we've seen what they would do. What did they do when Obama gave them billions of dollars in sanction relief? They funded Hezbollah, they funded the Houthis, they funded Hamas, and then we got the uptick of proxy violence. So we know what will happen if we concede to them. When I say them, I mean the IRGC, right? So we have the JPCOA. That's the deal that Obama made that you should understand that Biden did not want to get back into that deal. Yesterday, I educated my audience about the consistencies between the Trump presidency and the Biden presidency, which really was a roadblock or a bump in the road, but it really wasn't a true presidency, right? When we talk about the big, beautiful bill, yesterday I gave a lot of compliments to a lot of people who's been having great debates online. One of the great debates I've been hearing is about the big, beautiful bill. One of the contextual arguments I wanted to add to your debate about the big, beautiful bill is the fact that Joe Biden continued the Trump-era tax cuts. The big, beautiful bill is simply Trump-era tax cuts from the first administration made permanent, right? That's the big, beautiful bill. And, oh, shit. God damn it. Ain't that some shit? I'm in here trying to clean my damn glasses. These glasses I like these glasses. Are they broke again? They broke fucking again. These motherfuckers break all the time. Shit. They broke again. I don't know about these, man. I like them. It's the second time. So now I gotta make an appointment and get them fixed. Because this screw right here comes out. Man, that sucks, man. I gotta go back to my old pair. The thing about the old pair, is the old pair, I'm blind. I got older. That's why I got a new pair because, man, when I got my eye exam, my ophthalmologist, they're bifocals now. So I have bifocals now. My eyes have gotten worse. So I can wear the old ones, but they're not as strong as the new lenses. Okay. So we got the old lenses. And now I got to get my wife to make an appointment and got to go to the doctor, make an appointment with the ophthalmologist, and get the new lenses fixed. Ain't that some shit? Ain't that some shit? Wow. So as we got started, what we're talking about is these different agreements in geopolitical. This is a conservative media outlet. We talk about geopolitical topics, domestic topics, and current events. Today, we're talking about the Abraham Accords. And as yesterday, I showed a brief video about Trump and the Abraham Accords. And I'll be honest, yesterday, we were so fired up on our topics that I did not give the Abraham Accords the proper due. So today, when I did my research with today's topic, I said, I need to do a deep dive into the Abraham Accords, and I want my chat room to be able to do a deep dive in the Abraham Accords so we could be honest, because the legacy media is not being honest about what's going on in Iran. So in my research of the Abraham Accords, I researched again the JPCOA. That was the deal that Obama made with Iran that you hear a lot of liberals on TikTok argue about, right? We had this great deal with Iran. We didn't have a great deal with Iran. Obama basically capitulated to Iran, gave Iran money, which allowed them to enrich the proxies. And this is what led to attacks and violence in the area. Obama was not just a bad president on one level, on multiple levels, like not just domestically with the Affordable Care Act, but what he did geopolitically. And just like the JPCOA, I researched the Paris Climate Accords. So Trump also took us out of the Paris Climate Accords. And again, the Democrats, Joe Biden, put us back into the Paris Climate Accords. So the consistencies that we're going over is that if you understand the Big Beautiful Bill, that the Big Beautiful Bill are Trump-era tax cuts from his first administration. Joe Biden kept those tax cuts going through his administration, which allowed Trump to create the Big Beautiful Bill, get it passed in July, 7 months into the term, 7 months into the 4-year term. That's why I say Trump is not a lame duck. But what you got to understand is the framework behind him being able to pass those tax cuts in 7 months. The reason you didn't have a big fight from the Democrats on those tax cuts, because those tax cuts have been in effect for 8 years. Effectively, Democrats would have had to say no to their constituency, who are the tech bros. And what we have learned from AOC, what we have learned from Jasmine Crockett, what we have learned from Ilhan Omar, $30 million, is that the Democrats are the elite. The Democrats are the rich. So the Democrats were not going to fight that tax break that they had got used to over 8 years. No one talks about this. The Democrats could have stopped the Big Beautiful Bill. They did not stop the Big Beautiful Bill because they got handsomely welcomed with those tax breaks that have been existing for 8 years. 8 years. So to stop the Big Beautiful Bill, the Democrats would have had to tell the constituency, I'm getting rid of these tax breaks that you've benefited from for the past 8 years, including me as a Democrat. I benefited from these. This is why the Big Beautiful Bill went through the House like butter. This is why the Big Beautiful Bill, they don't ever talk about this. Trump is evil because of the Big Beautiful Bill. No Democrat stopped the Big Beautiful Bill, but no one ever explains to you why the Democrat never stopped the Big Beautiful Bill. Somebody help them out, man. Somebody help them out, man. Somebody help them out, man. Somebody help the bent, broken, tattered can that is the Democratic Party. What else did Joe Biden, as we get into the JPCOA, as we get into the Paris Climate Accords, as we get into the Abraham Accords, what else did Joe Biden continue that I educated you yesterday? Joe Biden continued Trump's tax cuts that led to the Big Beautiful Bill. What else did Joe Biden continue? Joe Biden continued the sanctions on Iran that Trump put in place. Trump put sanctions on Iran. Joe Biden continued those sanctions. When he did not get the deal in 2021 in Vienna, he didn't even go to Vienna to negotiate with Iran. He sent the Europeans to Vienna to go negotiate with Iran. After they failed to get the JCPOA re-established because the hardliner was elected in Iran, Biden moved forward with Trump-era sanctions on Iran. How many people knew that? More consistencies between the Biden presidency and the Trump presidency. What other consistencies did I teach you about yesterday? Venezuela. Biden was consistent with Trump and did not change policy on Venezuela. Are you understanding? Biden did not change policy on taxes. Biden did not change policy on Iran. Biden did not change policy on Venezuela. What do you mean, perfect? Well, in Venezuela, Trump had put sanctions and he had put a bounty on Maduro's head in his first administration. What did Biden do in his administration? Biden kept those sanctions in place and doubled the bounty on Maduro's head. How many people know about these consistencies between the Biden presidency and the Trump presidency? Trump put $5 million on Maduro. I'm laying out some hot shit right now. I am laying out some hot fire shit. It's all we do is win Wednesday. This is MAGA winning all day. I'm laying out hot fire. All I do is spit hot fire. Consistencies. Biden didn't do anything. Biden stayed asleep and he implemented Trump's policies globally and domestically. He kept consistent on Venezuela. The oil tanker that you hear about that we captured off the coast, it was a sanctioned illegal oil tanker. I've told you about the black market oil. I've taught you about the black market oil sales from Venezuela, the black market oil in the Straits of Hormuz. Remember, we've talked about that. So the oil tanker that Trump captured was sanctioned by Biden. Inconsistency with the first Trump administration. I know a lot of these facts, this hot shit I'm spitting gets left out. This hot shit, Trump has added 27 to the U.S. debt, 27 damn percent serving the debt. Interest only will bend your brain. You know what bends my brain? Dummies and assholes who come to a channel that they don't like and say stupid shit in the chat. That bends my brain. That bends my brain. Because you know what I do? I shut your dumb dads down. The dumb. Do you know what the Abraham Accords are? Come on, Kelly. Do you know what the Abraham Accords are? Do you know what the Paris Climate Accords are? Do you know what the JCPOA is? Do you know anything about geopolitics, or are you just regurgitating a false, fake news talking point? Because I know what you're doing. You're regurgitating a false, fake news talking point, and we're having an intellectual discussion about complex geopolitical agreements that have shifted the world. And you bring up this cockamamie bullshit. I'm asking you, I don't see a comment. What do you know about the Paris Climate Accords? What do you know about the Abraham Accords that Trump is forcing the Middle East to sign? What do you know about the JCPOA, the deal that Obama made with Iran, the so-called peace agreement, the so-called nuclear deal that Democrats love to tout? What do you know about it? Because that's the discussion today. It's a complex discussion. But it needs to be had because there's a global shift. My brother said it's a polarization of the globe. When you see China grabbing for Taiwan, when you see Russia not backing down from Europe and grasping more of Europe, and Starmer and Macron coming to the grasp that America has backed out of the UN and NATO. America, Mark Rubio and Pete Hegseth have said Europe is going to have to protect itself. We are removing money from NATO. How many people are paying attention? These are global shifts. That's why I bring up the Paris Climate Accords that Trump took us out of and Biden put us back into. That was a signal to NATO. That was a signal to Europe that today is coming. We are no longer funding NATO. We are no longer willing to protect Europe and the EU. How many people truly understand what has been going on in the past 10 years since Brexit? That there has been a separation of the European Union. It stopped making sense when the European Union couldn't stick together. If NATO is not together, then how can we be part of a burning house? How can we be part of a burning house? Ever since Brexit, it did not make sense for America to be involved with European, EU, whatever affairs, because they don't have their own house in order. Look at Canada. going behind our back, making deals with. If there is a separation between the UK and the European Union, that's when it stopped making sense for America to be involved, because there is a burning house. The monarchy has been kicked out of the parliament. One of the princes have been prosecuted. The queen is dead. The romance with the monarchy is dead. There's no reason for us to continue to invest in NATO, especially when we have Pedro Sanchez and Spain and Italy calling us terrorists, especially when we have Spain refusing to give access to bases and Starmer and Macron working with the Ukraine to go behind America's back in our peace deals with Russia. So pay attention, man. Pay attention. Pay attention, man. Not only does Iran have a right to defend itself, conservative media outlets like this one, we understand why Iran had wanted to defend itself. We understand not only does Iran have a right to defend itself, here in conservative media, we understand why. I've given the difference, and you know what's great about the research I did today is the understanding that now I finally hear people talking about the difference between Shia and Sunni Muslim as we talk about Iran. See, Rock James, I want to highlight this idiot Rock James, because Rock James is such an idiot because he wants to play with the chat because he's an idiot. Another idiot. We're gonna roast all the idiots today. Saying Iran has a right to defend itself is like saying Africa has a right to defend itself. Africa is a continent with many countries. So what this idiot Rock James leaves out is who has a right to defend itself. Rock, do the Kurds have a right to defend themselves? Hello? Do the Iranians who are not part of the IRGC, who are not I forgot the difference between Shia and Sunni, who are not Islamic extremists, have a right to defend themselves? Because in Iran under the Shah, there were Jewish Iranians, there were Christian Iranians, there were Kurdish Iranians, up to 3 million, and they left. Do they have a right to defend themselves, Rock James? I'm just asking you, you idiot, because you say Iran like it's a monolith, like everybody in Iran is the same. No. That's what Americans do. White liberals who think they know but don't know shit. You're just this dumb white liberal. Iran is not like you. Iran has Kurds, Jews, Christians, different fractions of Muslims, and they've been persecuted by the IRGC and the morality police. So when you say they have a right to defend themselves, I agree with you. And the Kurds are defending themselves. And they're on the side of the U.S. I said the Kurdish Iranians are defending themselves against the regime of the IRGC, who would abuse them, who would beat women and beat gays. So the Kurds are defending themselves, idiot. The UAE launched secret covert attacks against Iran. Saudi Arabia launched secret covert attacks. So who is allowed? Who is not allowed? White man, you white liberal idiot. Since you are the God of the earth, and only you can tell us who can defend themselves. Who is defending themselves? White liberal God. And they don't say shit. Throw a rock and hide your hand. Throw a rock and hide your hand, that's why you're banned. Throw a rock and hide your hand, and that's why you get banned. Come in here with that bullshit. Come in here with that bullshit. I am hot and on fire today. If you didn't notice, double tap at the like button. I am hot and on fire today. We're not playing around with the bullshit. We're not playing around with the trolls. And we defeating the trolls with data. We defeating the trolls with data and facts. So when you make a blanket statement about Africa, you sound like an idiot. There's the Bantu tribe, there's different nationalities, different languages. So when you make a blanket statement about Iran, you sound like a racist idiot. You sound like you don't understand Iran at all. You don't understand geopolitics at all. You cannot make a blanket statement about the whole of Africa. You cannot make a blanket statement about the whole of Iran. Liberals do. Idiot-ass liberals who watch Rachel Maddow do. Idiots-ass liberals who don't understand the nuances of geopolitics, who think Iran is only filled with extremist Muslims and don't know how those extremist Muslims have persecuted other Iranians, Jewish Iranians, Christian Iranians. Double tap at the like button. Get the motherfucking likes up. I don't want to see this pussy-ass shit. Get the likes up. No. We ain't doing this pussy ass shit. Get the likes up. Get the likes up. Get the likes up. We ain't doing this pussy ass shit. The pussies do not run our geopolitics. The pussies do not run America. The facts run this goddamn media. And just because you heard Rachel Maddow spew a fake news talking points, Donald Trump won $30 million for this fake news bullshit that you come in my chat with. Don't get fucking sensitive now. Don't get sensitive now because the black guy knows his facts. Don't get sensitive now because the black guy knows how to read. Don't get sensitive now. MAGA, baby. MAGA, baby. All we do is win. And if you came from MAGA, put your hands in the air, let them stay there. It's all we do is win Wednesday. It's all we do is win Wednesday. And we're going to act a fool with the facts. We're going to act a fool with the facts. Black Iranians, woo! 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 Thank you. Shit on them liberals. Shit on them liberals who think they know every fucking thing. That's the worst about it because it's this white superiority within the liberal who think they know every fucking thing about every fucking place. You can't make a blanket statement about Africa. It's racist, it's evil, and it's so fucking white of you. Thank you, white man. He thinks he can come in this chat. Did you see all those white people who went to Cuba? There's a group of people who went to Cuba against the orders of Trump. All of them white Democrat liberals. And guess what? They're going to be prosecuted and go to prison because the money to go and fund the trip to Cuba, they got from the Chinese Communist government. Whenever you see a No Kings protest, whenever you see anti-Trump, and then we're not allowed to talk about it because I know I have a lot of white people who watch me, and the white men who watch me are sensitive. There's a lot of sensitive white shit. So we cannot be honest about the fact that the people protesting and that the people trolling and the idiots are all white liberals. We never talk about the fact that the No Kings rallies are full of only white liberals. We can't have a talk because there's so much sensitive white people. You don't like conservative blacks. You don't like other people being intelligent. There's so much sensitive white people that we never talk about. The white liberals who keep trying to kill the president 6 times. The white liberals who tried to kill the Supreme Court. The white liberals who killed Charlie Kirk. White liberals who tried to kill the ICE agent. We never talk about these white liberals who are becoming more and more violent because white people are sensitive. And then we cannot be honest about the fact that, hey, we need to do something about these white liberals and the violence. But it's more fun to pick on blacks. It's more fun than to be honest about we have a problem with the white liberal and their violence. White liberals believe that they can kill, burn, and maim and destroy. And it hasn't been checked. It hasn't been checked because they're white. It hasn't been checked because they're white. Here you go. We got some sensitive ass. We got a sensitive in the chat. We got a sensitive in the chat. We got sensitive in the chat. It's these sensitive white men. Sensitive. All of them sensitive. And this is why we can't have a talk. The weird part is the same thing that happened in Black America. This is the same thing that happened in Black America because it's black on black violence. And if we ignore the white liberal hate and the violence from the white liberal, this is the thing about it. It's white on white violence. See, the white liberal is killing other whites. But we won't talk about it because it's the same thing in the black community. It's black on black violence. But when you bring it up, black people get sensitive. Whenever somebody white, and it's a lot of my viewers, whenever somebody white conservatives say, well, you know, black people commit a lot of crime on black people, and it's in democratic areas, the blacks get sensitive. And we can't solve the problem of black on black violence because black people get sensitive. And the other day, over the weekend, it was the 6th attempt on my president. I said the office of the president is being threatened. But we can't have the talk because they're all young white men. And no one wants to talk about how violent young white men have become in this, and they're all being radicalized by politics. But what I would argue is they've always been violent and they needed a reason. And if we don't say and do anything about it, you will have more violence. But this is the thing, as a black conservative, you got to understand, I know the violence is not directed at me. If we don't do anything about it, we will have more white on white violence and it will become normalized. 6 attempts on Donald Trump's life, 3 in the last 30 days. What I fear is, just like in Black America, no one cares when a black person kills another black person. What you will have in white America, if you keep on being sensitive, is you will have the same thing where no one is caring about how many times the president has been someone tried. No one cares about Charlie Kirk. They celebrated Charlie Kirk. Do you guys see what's happening in America? The same ills, the same sicknesses and diseases of the black community is coming to the white community. And the same things is pushing back on solving the problem. White people celebrated the Charlie Kirk assassination, and we don't talk about it. We just say, oh, it's partisan. It's not about Republican. It's deeper. It's deeper than Republican and Democrat. It's deeper than Republican and Democrat. When you see white liberal violence, they are acting out against white people. They may be white conservatives, but it is white on white crime. It is white on white crime. And if white men keep being sensitive and making jokes, you know, I see white liberals getting more violent and doing more violence, burning more cities. Can we just be honest? Do you guys remember, Chaz? If the white men in my chat and the white men in America remain sensitive, I see the white liberal getting more violent. I see the white liberal getting more violent. And I see more sensitivity in the chat. I'm not going to differentiate between the Democratic Socialists because they capitulate. What do you see what Chuck Schumer doing? What is Chuck Schumer doing? What is Chuck Schumer doing? See, this is the sensitivity right here. This is what white people do. Oh, it's not all of us. No. There is only one Democratic Party. Black on black crime is not political, and I don't believe the white on white crime is political. If you listen, sensitive white man, I said it's an excuse. I said it's an excuse. I called it a sickness. I called it a disease, and I said it's going to permeate it's permeating the white community now. It's permeating the white community now. There is no separation. There is no separation. It's a problem. And this is the thing that black people do. Chris Tucker has a joke. And black people like to say, well, there's a difference between blacks and N-words. There's no difference. It affects the whole group. What white liberals do affects the whole group and beyond the group. It's just a way to deflect. It's just a way to deflect. And then the black people who say that, they talking about somebody in their family. So who are you to differentiate? Who makes you the judge? See, this is the thing about this logic, this flawed logic. Who makes you the judge? And that's where you get classism. See, this is a low-level thinking. This is a sensitive, low-level thought pattern. This is where classism comes from. Well, I am a better level of white than those whites. Black people do that. I am a better black. I am black. They are N-words, right? It's classism. You think you made up something? You think you made up? No, brother. You didn't make up something. You didn't make up anything. Y'all just y'all just don't want to have to talk. Y'all just don't want to have to talk. And I get it. Black people are sensitive about black on black crime. And I understand white people are going to be sensitive about white on white crime. And as long as you be sensitive, we had number 6. We had number 6 attempts on the president's life. All these young white men, Charlie Kirk, that's 7 if you add that in. If you add in the attempt on the Supreme Court justice, it's just 6 on President Trump. But if you add up all of the young white liberals who've tried to kill people since 2024 or going back to Donald Trump's first election, it's almost idiotic. It's almost idiotic to ignore it. See, this is the most, I like you, brother, you be here, but I gotta block you. Because this is the shit that's gonna get more people hurt. It's not MK Ultra, brother. It's not MK Ultra. It's the breakdown of the family. It's why I love Charlie Kirk. Sensitive, idiot ass troll white boy wanna say it's MK Ultra. It's not MK Ultra. It's why Charlie Kirk was assassinated. You have this violence proliferating in white America because you have divorce rates skyrocketing and you have fatherless homes. All of the young white males who committed these shootings were in a fatherless home. The same thing is true in what happened in Black America. Charlie Kirk was trying to help. Charlie Kirk wanted families. He wanted men to go back to church, men to get married, because he saw the destruction in the white community. He saw the white community going down the same road that the black, when he would debate, when Charlie Kirk would have debates and he would say, what is the driving cause of the black on black crime? It's single parent homes and poverty. Has anybody ever really watched Charlie Kirk? Because it's not MK Ultra. So I got to block, I'm gonna block, I love you, but I'm gonna block you. Shane, I'm blocking you because you're just full of shit. Charlie Kirk wanted men to get married and have families because he saw in Black America, the violence is not about skin color. Charlie Kirk worked with Candace Owens. Charlie Kirk created Blexit. Charlie Kirk was not racist. Donald Trump is not racist. Charlie Kirk actually loved black people. Candace Owens was his best friend. And that's not his only, he would have conservative retreats for black conservatives. So Charlie Kirk recognized what was happening in the white community. So he wanted white men to go back to church and get married and build families, because the broken homes in the black community is what led to the violence. And the broken homes leads to the poverty. So now you have white men in rural America dealing with severe poverty, broken homes, and then you have the children acting out. It's the same thing that happened. And if we don't be honest and be brothers, then we can't help each other. If we be sensitive instead of being brothers, then we can't help each other. Charlie Kirk was not racist, and Donald Trump is not racist. Charlie Kirk created Blexit with Candace Owens. Charlie Kirk taught black Americans, why do you vote Democrat if the Democrats do not implement the platform that helps black America? You should leave the Democratic Party, and black Americans should vote for a party that deals with their issues. Donald Trump created opportunity zones. Donald Trump funded HBCUs. Donald Trump separated the MMR. Donald Trump created Trump RX and Trump accounts. Who knows about the MMR? Who knows about the MMR? Do you know Charlie Kirk pushed God and family? MAGA, baby. Who benefits? Tell me, do black people benefit from Charlie Kirk's message? If black people were to listen, black people with the high poverty rate, the high divorce, the high black on black crime, do you think black people would benefit from going to church, getting married, not being in single parent households? That's what Charlie Kirk preached to white men. Go to church, get married, don't be in single parent. I think that helps black people too. See how simple it is? If Charlie Kirk's message is believe in God, love your wife, love your family, love your church, love your country, doesn't that work for all Americans? See, this the Democrats that make you look at everybody through racial lenses. You see Charlie Kirk, you got to say, is he racist or not? You see somebody, is they gay or not? Is they homophobic or not? Is they Republican or not? That's the Democrats. That's how the Democrats play the game. You can't do that to real people. We're humans. This is democratic flawed all logic. We humans, brother. We love people, love us. Everybody's not perfect. Some people are up and down. Some people have a hard time. Some people are going through mental health. We're humans, brother. And it's a horrible life to be a Democrat in 2026, to where every time you see another human, you say, I don't want to have a human interaction if you're Republican. That is crazy. That is unhuman. That is unhuman. I'm sorry I gotta be the one to tell you guys this. That is unhuman to see another human being. It is not un-American, it is unhuman to see another human being and judge him on his political affiliation and say, I don't want to have a human relationship with you. That is sick. That is perverted. That is broken. That is humanity breaking. That is a system collapse. System collapse. System collapse. It's a system collapse. It's a system collapse. It's a system collapse. And everybody remember the movie Idiocracy? A lot of us in the Gen X, we was like, that can never happen. And we're living in idiocracy. Every day, someone makes a joke. I could have a serious, I could close my eyes and pray and say, God bless Charlie Kirk's children. And someone will make a joke. We're living in idiocracy. Not only will they make a joke, just like the movie, they will get pissed at the fact that you don't want them to make a joke. That's how I know we're living in idiocracy. Not only do they joke about things that are detrimental to their own self, but they get upset when you won't let them make the joke, the harmful joke that's choking the wind out of their lungs, and they get upset. They're choking themselves. You won't let me kill myself. You won't let me kill myself. You won't let me make this joke that slits my own throat. And I'm a Gen Xer. I just got to watch it. I got to watch society eat itself. I'm watching society eat itself. And I'm watching them try hard every day. They put more effort into slitting their own throat than they do they don't do push-ups, they don't work out, they don't go to work, but they come in the chat and they try so hard to slit their own throat and make a joke. That leaves them. I am an old man. I had a driver's license at 14. I got pussy way before 18. I had a great life in America. The sad part about this, the sad part about the joke and the jokesters is they are living a horrible life in America. They're not getting pussy. They're not getting money. They're not getting power. They're not getting fame. They're getting fucked. I had a great American life. My father, my grandfather, my white best friend in high school, his father, his grandfather, we had great American lives. We lived a great American dream. And all of you today, your choices are leading you to be fucked. The Democrats are fucking you. The tech bros are fucking you. You don't get good wages. You don't know what a pension is. You don't get good wages. You don't know what a pension is. You don't get respect from your women. You don't get respect from your children. Children talk back to you, cuss at you. Your wife cheats on you. American men used to have respect. If you go look at the first season of The Simpsons, as an example, everybody go on Disney Channel, watch the episode 1 of The Simpsons. The two sisters tried to say something negative about Homer. And you know what the children said? He said, both of y'all single. Don't talk about Homer. He's my dad. He's married to my mom. That changed. Over the years, Homer was a patriarch. And when The Simpsons, Homer was a patriarch. But that changed. Now, Homer is the butt of the joke. Dads are dope. Homer wasn't that in the beginning. Go look at the first season of The Simpsons. Homer was like Al Bundy, a shoe salesman, somebody who had a job that he didn't want, but went to work every day because he loved his wife and his kids. And Al Bundy always said, "You think I want to be a shoe salesman?" He said, "But I put my wife and my kids and my commitment to my country, my God, and my family first. That's why I'm a shoe salesman. That's why I'm a shoe salesman." And he would always talk shit about other men who would quit their family, quit their life because they didn't want to do the hard work. I love Al Bundy. Al Bundy didn't take no shit. Al Bundy was a patriarch. Even though he was a shoe salesman, Al Bundy was a patriarch. Charlie Kirk preached patriarchy, and they assassinated him. Charlie Kirk preached patriarchy. Love your God, love your country, love your wife, love your children. Be honest, steadfast, and committed. Trust the process. Man, I miss Charlie Kirk, bro. God bless Charlie Kirk. Thank you for all the work you did. You know, Blexit is such a powerful, beautiful thing. To this day, Blexit resonates. You know, people want to talk shit. Charlie Kirk, you did a great thing, not just for America, but for me, man. Not just for America, for Black Americans. Like, I love you, Charlie Kirk. I miss you. God bless you. God bless your memory. God bless your wife and your kids. I truly want to say thank you to you. Straight up. I truly want to say thank you to you. I want to say thank you to everybody that's rocking out with us today. I want to say thank you to everybody that's rocking out with us today. So, as I started the show, I came in with hot fire. I come in with hot fire. Ken Paxton. Look, what's the number? What's the number, y'all? It was 37 before Massey. Can anybody tell me the number? What's the number, y'all? All we do is win. And if you came from MAGA, put your hands in the air, let them stay there. It was 37 before Massey. 37 endorsements, 100% Trump endorsements, MAGA wave. It's a red wave. Can I get a wave? Can I get a wave? MAGA. It was 37 before Massey. Then we got Massey. Now we got Ken Paxton. Now we got Ken Paxton in Texas. So what's the number, man? I know it's 100% Trump. It's all we do is win Wednesday. I know it's 100% Trump. I know it's 100% Trump. So what's the number now? What's the number now? And how do the Democrats look for 2026? Can we have an honest conversation? Can we have an honest conversation? What do the Democrats look like for 2026? Huh? We just won again. That's 37 before Massey. Then RINOs did you see my thumbnail? RINOs gotta go. RINOs gotta go, man. Share the screen. RINOs, yeah, man. RINOs gotta go, man. It was 37 before Massey. They said Massey couldn't be taken out. We took out Massey. That was
7:59. We're all ready to go. I've got my note.
Oh shit. I've been doing all this talking and I'm not even relax and talk sports. Why you didn't tell me my how are we sounding now? Ooh, that audio was bad. And we had some good numbers with that audio too. That tell me I'm a player. I'm a player from the Himalayas. Player from the Himalayas. Man, what was up with that audio? No one told me my audio. You know what? You know why? Because today's intro was so compelling. My intro was so compelling that no one even complained about the audio. That's so dope. That's so dope. You know, I work hard at this stuff, you guys. And that like for content you may not understand. But for me, that's beautiful, man. That's beautiful, man. Man, I feel good, man. I was RIP Al Green. Man, come on, man. Love your work. Thank you, James. Thank you, Relax and Talk Sports. I am so in love with you. Whatever you want to do is all right with me. Let me. Barack Obama, the king of Wakanda, yo black mama. Double tap hit the like button, and we going right back. I'm gonna show this real quick. We going right back to the Abraham Accords.
What are they? Where's the Mike Tyson lines? Everybody has a plan until they get punched in the face.
Everybody has a plan until they get punched in the face. Everybody has a plan. This is Steve Kornacki with the Magic Map. Talking to Democrats. So when I say what Democrats gonna do for 2026, man, when I say it's a red wave, this is the Democrats just being honest about 2026, man. This is the Democrats. And Steve Kornacki starts off because he said he was thinking that Cornyn, the RINO, had a chance against Paxton. Cornyn been in the office for how long, y'all? All of these RINOs are being knocked down by Trump. And Steve Kornacki said everybody thinks they got a plan until they get punched in the mouth. The same thing is happening in the LA mayor race. The same thing is happening in the California gubernatorial race. They're talking about a runoff between two Republicans. They're talking about a runoff in LA. Republican. You know what I want to talk about with these redistricting is, can we just talk about how the people are voting? I don't want to hear no more about redistricting. Can we just talk about how Americans are voting and have voted just 14 months ago? Donald Trump won every swing state. Kamala got no votes. And here it is again. We are in 2026, an election year. Donald Trump has unseated Massey, unseated 30 to 40 RINOs. Man, here it is. Corn falls to Ken Paxton.
Where's the Mike Tyson?
All we do is win. And if you came from MAGA, put your hands in the air, let them stay there. All we do is win Wednesday. MAGA kicking major ass, man. Don't just think about Paxton. Think about Massey. Think about the 37 other endorsements. And what is the outlook for Democrats in 2026 and 2028? It ain't looking good.
Where's the Mike Tyson lines? Everybody has a plan until they get punched in the face. We 7:59. We're all ready to go. I've got my notes right here. Here's the 4 things I wanted to take folks through to set up the night and to set up, kind of what was to come, what our benchmarks were going to be, how we're going to be interpreting these results. Had a final conversation with my producer Adam about how we both felt that Cornyn was in the game here, and this might be surprisingly close. Sorry, Adam. And then I've never had one go like that where it was Denton County, right? We got Denton County right off the bat. We were looking at this at like 8:00 and 5 seconds. We were looking at Denton County, which is no slouch when it comes to. Look again. He sees more than 40,000 votes already counted right there.
So Ken Paxton not only wins, but it's just like with Massey. It's just like with Massey and the Navy veteran. They don't just win. They're winning by sizable margins. So now we see the propaganda. Now we see the paid protests. What is it that we see? We see news article after news article about No Kings rally. How many No Kings rallies have we had this year? But guess what? The Democrats are not coming out to vote. They come out to the No Kings rally. Can anybody in the audience tell me, why do you see so many people at a No Kings rally? Conservative media, we know, MAGA knows the climate. They're being paid. I'm sorry. Did I just give away the whole answer? They're being paid. So you see people at No Kings rallies in protest because they're being paid. But when it's come times to vote, they don't show up to vote. But guess who is voting? Guess who understands the vote? See, I knew this would happen because we're voting with our dollars. What happened at Walmart? What happened at Target? What happened at Cracker Barrel? What happened at Bud Light? See, Bud Light put a transgender in the campaign, and then MAGA stopped buying Bud Light. And what did they do? They lost hundreds of millions of dollars, fired the campaign, and then they put two white boys with long socks, Shane Gillis, Post Malone, two Trailer Park Boys drinking Bud Light, and then the sales skyrocketed. Because we not only vote at the booth, we vote with our dollar. Cracker Barrel took away the cracker from the barrel and said, we don't want the cracker next to the barrel. And crackers stopped going to Cracker Barrel. Do you guys remember that? Crackers stopped going to Cracker Barrel. Cracker Barrel lost $100 million. What did Cracker Barrel do? They put the cracker back next to the barrel. That's what happened. See, we've been voting with our dollars. So we didn't go to Cracker Barrel, we didn't buy Bud Light, and we didn't go to Target because Target made swimsuits for man boys. And we stopped going to Target. Target lost $100 million because we voted. I said your dollar, you vote with your dollar. I said the MAGA dollar is strong. So what we see as a result of all of the liberal hoopla is it's just fluff. And there's nothing underneath the paid protest. There's no political mobility. They're not mobilized. There's nobody voting. There's nobody getting out the blue vote. Unless you pay them, they don't come out. Unless they have something to hate or a Tesla to burn up, Democrats ain't doing shit. Let's watch one more time Steve Kornacki talking about what it's going to look like for 2026 for Democrats and 2028.
Where's the Mike Tyson lines? Everybody has a plan until they get punched in the face. We 7:59. We're all ready to go. I've got my notes right here. Here's the four things I wanted to take folks through to set up the night and to set up, kind of what was to come, what our benchmarks were going to be, how we're going to be interpreting these results. Had a final conversation with my producer, Adam, about how we both felt that Cornyn was in the game here, and this might be surprisingly close. Sorry, Adam. And then I've never had one go like that where it was Denton County, right? We got Denton County right off the bat. We were looking at this at like 8 o'clock.
They're lost for words. Did you hear what he said? We've never had anything go like this. He's This is how strong we are mobilized and motivated on the political right. All you hear on the left is hoopla and a lot of loud talk and bluster on The View and Rachel Maddow, but there are no votes. There are no votes. What you should extrapolate from the Massey loss, 37 endorsees winning on Trump, Jasmine Crockett, and everything MTG, what you should extrapolate is that we are energized. The base, the MAGA base, the Republican base is not only energized but mobilized. They will go to the polls. They will go to the polls. And this is not for argument or debate. We have seen time and time again. The Democrats are not excited, bro. The Democrats are not excited, bro. They're not showing up to the polls, bro. They're not showing up.
Cornyn was in the game here, and this might be surprisingly close. Sorry, Adam. And then I've never had one go like that where it was Denton County.
He cannot even form a sentence. He cannot believe how MAGA turns out and votes. Look at the map.
Right? We got Denton County right off the bat. We were looking at this at like 8 o'clock and 5 seconds. We were looking at Denton County, which is... And
this is not the Republican Party. This is a MAGA party. Everybody double tap. This is a MAGA party. You're looking at a Republican primary. I am excited about MAGA turnout. This is a MAGA party today. This is a MAGA. I said, all we do is win, win, win. And if you came for MAGA, put your hands in the air. Let them stay there. This is a Republican primary. And what you see with the Ken Paxton is that MAGA base is energized, fired up, and ready to go. And we are mobilized. We vote. We said fuck Target, and Target changed course. We said fuck Bud Light, and Bud Light changed course. We said fuck Cracker Barrel, and Cracker Barrel. We maintained the line. MAGA is running the court. MAGA is the New York Knicks. We are sweeping this motherfucking finals. We will sweep in 2026. We will sweep in 2028. It's not even funny. This is not a republic. Listen to Steve Kornacki. This is the facts on the ground. And because liberals are so high off of TDS hate, they're not facing these realities.
Where's the Mike Tyson lines? Everybody has a plan until they get punched in the face.
Jasmine Crockett had a plan. MTG had a plan. The Democrats had a plan until they got punched in the face by Trump and MAGA. That's what we're talking about. That's what we're talking about. The Democrats had a plan until they got punched in the face by Trump and MAGA. They thought that Trump hate and TDS would work. They don't know what to do. Democrats are panicking. They thought that Iran and saying that Jews and Ro Khanna thought he could run on Jewish anti-Semitic hate. Well, Ro Khanna, we love Israel. Can I get we love Israel in the chat? Ro Khanna, it's not going to work because Americans love Israel. Americans, you cannot win an election in America, Ro Khanna, and socialist democratic left by trying to get Americans to hate which they love. So you lost. You really lost, and you lost touch. You lost touch, and that is evident with these 37. No, I'm sorry. It was 37 before Massey. It was 37 before Massey and Ken Paxton. Can anybody do the research now? How many is it now? It was 37. 100% of Donald Trump endorsed MAGA candidates have all won. 37. But that was before Massey and before Paxton. What is the outlook for Democrats now? This cannot be ignored. This cannot be ignored. Texas is, I think, a bellwether. Can you guys hear me out there? I said Texas is a bellwether.
In the Lone Star State, let me tell you about the Texas 18th race. An interesting race here. We're talking about Al Green, another big-time critic of the president. Well, Christian Menifee is sending him off to pasture. 68% is a massive number. So if you're looking for Al Green, you can listen to old albums, or in this case, you can maybe catch him on MSNL.
I gotta say goodbye to you. I gotta say goodbye to you. Hey, wait, what was Al Green famous for? Let me get my song back. A weem away, a weem away, a weem away. In the jungle, the mighty jungle, blacks are not apes. In the jungle, the mighty jungle, blacks are not apes. That's what he said, right? Blacks are not apes. Look at this shit, man. This is your Trump hating candidate, and it didn't work. Hating Trump did not get Al Green the victory. He lost by a landslide. Blacks are not apes. In the jungle, the mighty jungle.
In the Lone Star State, let me tell you about the Texas 18th race. An interesting race here. We're talking about Al Green, another big-time critic of the president. Well, Christian Menifee is sending him off to pasture. 68% is a massive number. So if you're looking for Al Green, you can listen to old albums, or in this case, you can maybe catch him on MSNL. How about Texas 35, another good race? This one was one a lot of people were talking about because Maureen Galindo made some comments about American Zionists and imprisoning them. Don't get me started.
I said we love Israel. The Democrats who think they could run and win, being anti-Semitic and racist in 2026, I don't know who your strategy person is, but you don't know America. If you don't know America loves Israel and we are a melting pot, I don't know what to tell you. If you think you can get elected by hating Jewish people and hating Zionists, you look at how bad they're losing. Look at how losing this ideology is. I hate Trump and I hate Israel. It's a losing ideology, and it's actually not true. The same thing was with the Russia hoax. It was made up. The Steele dossier, the Russia hoax, the Russia collusion was made up. Israel and America colluding is made up. Bibi Netanyahu colluding with Trump is made up. You know what I actually said? You know what's more true? And this is by the data and by the documents from the Pentagon and the Department of War. I said we were always going to invade Iran, and it is more likely that Trump and Pete Hegseth use Israel as a scapegoat because they're our ally. I said from the beginning. When Pete Hegseth came out and said, well, Israel's going to attack, so we're going to attack. How many people really believe that? That sounded stupid, right? That was a ploy. I believe we were always going to invade Iran. people have uncovered the reports that for 10 years we were always going to invade Iran. It had nothing to do with Israel. There is no Israeli collusion. We used that as an excuse because we knew that trope exists. But I believe Pete Hegseth and Trump lied and said, yeah, we went because Israel went. No, we were always going to go. This was about America's mission in the Middle East. And that should be evident. The one thing that should be evident now, the one thing that should be evident now, that this was always the Americans. This was always the Americans. It was always the Americans. It was always the Americans, bro. It was always the Americans, bro.
Johnny Garcia, deputy sheriff, easy win there, 60 to 39. But again, a huge night for Ken Paxton. In the Lone Star State, let me tell you about the Texas.
I am so in love with you. I do what you want to do. It's all right with me. Congratulations to the Democrat Party. Al Green, one of the most mentally deficient congressmen in the history of our country. In the jungle, the mighty jungle, blacks are not apes. In the jungle. The most mentally deficient congressman in the history of our country has lost in a landslide. And all he did was say he hated Trump. You would think that he should have won. If the Democratic left is mobilized and everybody hates Trump so much, why didn't he win? In a landslide, his seat in Congress. But I will wish that lunatic, I will miss that lunatic not screaming and violently waving his cane at me during my next State of the Union. Make America great again. God bless America. President DJT, baby. Oh, my God. I love his True Socials. How many people love his True Socials? I'll agree. Why did anybody want to say, well, why did Al Green lose? Why?
You have no mandate. You will be impeached. You have no mandate. You have no fucking mandate. You have no mandate.
That's why he's gone. Bye-bye. Bye. I make you go, bye-bye. Ha-ha. I make you go, you have no mandate. You have no job.
Mandate. You will be impeached. You have no mandate. You have no fucking mandate. You
TDS. The TDS. They thought this was going to win. TDS. Al Green loses in the Democratic primary, and it's a landslide. Al Green loses in the Democratic primary, and it's a landslide.
The most mentally deficient congressman in the history of our country has lost, in a landslide, his seat in Congress. But I will miss that lunatic not screaming and violently waving his cane at me during my next State of the Union speech. Make America great again. God bless America. President DJT.
Facts on the ground. God bless America. President Donald J. Trump. It's not just Ken Paxton. It's not just Massey. You hear what I'm saying? It's not just the 37 endorsements before Ken Paxton, before Massey. It's Marjorie Taylor Greene. It's Jasmine Crockett. It's a red wave. All I do is win. All we do is win MAGA Wednesday. All we do is win. And if you came for MAGA, put your hands in the air. Let them stay there. How much victories, bro? How much victories? I know if you're a Democrat, you're sick this morning.
Finding that members continue to engage in willful and concerted disruption of proper decorum, the chair now directs the Sergeant at Arms to restore order. Remove this gentleman from the chamber.
Get him out! Get him out! You want him out? Get him out! We want him out! Get him out! Get him out! We want him out! Take your cane. Take your cane and go. Take your cane and your perm.
Members are
Take your perm and your Jerry curl grease. Take your perm and your Jerry curl grease.
directed to uphold and maintain.
It's 2026. What's wrong with your natural? It's 2026 and you show up to Congress with a perm. It's 2026 and he showed up to Congress with a perm.
Decorum in the House. Mr. President, you continue.
Thank you.
Get him out. Get him out. No more Al Green. And say goodbye to you. I gotta say goodbye to you. Whatever you wanna do, it won't be in Congress. Massey fired. Al Green fired. Ken Paxton, Cornyn fired in Texas. Oh, what a day. Oh, what a day for MAGA. Oh, that MAGA. Oh, that MAGA. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. We so excited here. So let's get back into, so Camp David is canceled. How many people know? Yesterday I told you Camp David, Donald Trump's going to Camp David. Camp David is canceled. And we doing a lot of other things. Camp David is canceled. We trying to get a peace agreement. I don't think that the Democrats don't want a peace agreement.
Second.
I think there's strong alignment and agreement.
We got an agreement on the line right now. But what I was talking about earlier, I want to get back into what we were discussing earlier. And that's the different agreements that are on the table right now. All the different agreements that are on the table right. And I think we started off talking about, we talked about the JPCOA. We talked about the JPCOA. We talked about and we talked about the Paris Climate Accords, and then we talked about what was the other one? The Abraham Accords. So yesterday I showed a video of the Abraham Accords, and I don't believe I gave it enough props and enough due. The Abraham Accords got a little brief moment yesterday, and so what I did is I went back and I did my research, and I was like, I want to better understand the Abraham Accords so I could better explain it to my audience what the Abraham Accords are and why they're beneficial. And then when I went into the Abraham Accords, I also went into the different, I have a whole list of accords, which was, we were talking about different accords. And so not just that accord, but also StreamYard. Can you stick with me, StreamYard? Okay, StreamYard. I'll go slow if you need me to go slow, but the chat, just tell me if I freeze up. So today we're talking about Ken Paxton outs incumbent Senator John Cornyn in Texas runoff, a massive shakeup for Senate landscape. Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton secured a decisive victory over veteran incumbent Senator John Cornyn in Republican primary runoff, winning by more than 25 points. It was a landslide. It was an absolute landslide. And MAGA is celebrating today. It's all we do is win Wednesday. We celebrating the victory today. How you guys feel about that victory? I'm feeling really good about it. The impact. Paxton heavily credited Trump's endorsement as the most powerful force in politics. The loss, Cornyn, the second sitting Republican senator to be unseated in less than 2 weeks, highlighting a broader shift as administration backs primary challengers against established GOP critics ahead of the midterm. High stakes Iran deal. Now, what we're getting into now is the high stakes Iran deal sparks internal friction and bad faith accusation. Negotiations to secure a ceasefire, reopen the strategic Straits of Hormuz, and halt Iran's highly enriched uranium stockpile are hitting major friction points. The friction. While Secretary of State Marco Rubio noted significant progress, Trump moved a high-profile cabinet meeting from Camp David back to the White House to stay close to talks. Let's go to that video right now. Let me go to that video right now, explaining how Trump has moved the Camp David video back to the White House to focus more on peace agreements. This is that video here now. Let me make sure I got it queued up for you guys beautifully. Double tap, hit the like button, get the likes up, everybody. We're talking about the Trump deal right now and Abraham Accords. I want to go into details of the Abraham Accords, Paris Climate Accords, and also we're going to go into details about the JPCOA. Now, let's listen to Camp David.
Fox News alert, the president has just pulled the plug on his Camp David cabinet meeting and ordered everybody to report to the White House tomorrow to solve the Iran situation once and for all. Marco Rubio says the deal could happen at any second.
I think there's strong alignment and agreement on what a preliminary draft should look like. I think that, like anything with something like this, it's going to take a couple days to settle on, even down to the disagreements over a word. Sentence. So we'll have to work through that. If there's going to be a deal, we're going to have to work through that. But this is, it's either going to be a good deal or there isn't going to be one.
Over the weekend, the president called the Arabs and said he's only going to sign the deal and reopen the strait if they join the Abraham Accords. That means Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Egypt, Pakistan, Turkey, Jordan, all normalize relations with Israel. Now, when Trump dropped that on them, the Arabs were, quote, stunned. Another source tells Axios that they ended up telling the president this, quote, "We are with you on this deal, and if it doesn't work, we will be with you too." Now, we're pinning the whole Arab world against the Iranians. Trump just turned the Abraham Accords into a trap. It means if the Iranians and their proxies mess with Israel, they're messing with the whole rest of the Arab world. And for us, that means we don't have to be the Middle East babysitters. They all have skin in the game. And Trump says if the gay Ayatollah doesn't give us his John Hancock soon, he'll blow up. Yesterday, gave him a little love tap. The commander-in-chief carried out strikes in southern Iran. We caught the Mosquito fleet laying mines along the strait. We lit them up. And when Iran retaliated with missiles, we wiped out their launchers. The Pentagon says this was purely defensive. The Israelis are still pulling triggers. Over 100 Hezbollah targets were struck in overnight action in Lebanon. The Pentagon isn't slowing down either. We've been testing the Breaker, a bunker rupture warhead that can be carried by a drone. And when dropped, watch out. Now, are we going to use the Breaker to shake loose the uranium? Well, the deal on the table right now is no dust, no deal. Before anything happens, though, Iran has to open up the strait. No terrorism, no tolls. Now, after they do that, and only after they do that, we'll start loosening the blockade. At the same time, we ensure the uranium is being destroyed. The president said it like this, quote, "The enriched uranium, nuclear dust, will either be immediately turned over to the United States to be brought home and destroyed, or preferably in conjunction and coordination with the Islamic Republic."
Let's do a deep dive into the Paris Climate Accords. Everybody watching right now, we're about to get a little wonky right now. Everybody watching, this is the Perfect Timing Podcast. I want you to get the likes up, and I want you to know you're watching the #1 channel for geopolitical debate and discourse. We get wonky on this channel, and we don't just show videos. We go into deep dive detail about the topics at hand, right? Because we want you to be intelligent and an intelligent electorate. So as I did my research today, I wanted to know more about the Paris Climate Accords, the Abraham Accords, and the JPCOA. Let's start with the Abraham Accords, as just discussed on the Fox News report. What are the Abraham Accords? What will they do? How do they get us to peace in the Middle East? The Abraham Accords represent a fundamental paradigm shift in the Middle East diplomacy. If you listen to the report, basically what he was saying is, for years now in the Middle East, nobody would retaliate against Iran. I said to you recently, the UAE has left OPEC, an illegal oil cartel, a mafia, and the Saudis have attacked Iran as a retaliation because Iran have attacked Saudi over 100 times. So there was a covert mission by the UAE and the Saudis to attack Iran. This is the genesis of the Abraham Accords, and Donald Trump is not only here in the Middle East, but Trump, Rubio, Hegseth have said to NATO, we're no longer investing in NATO. Europe has to invest in its own security. And this is saying to the Middle East, you now have to invest in your own security. America won't come save the day. Let's get into the details of the Abraham Accords, how it helps America, how it helps the Middle East, and how it proves Donald Trump is America first and no new wars, especially on behalf of America. The Abraham Accords represent a fundamental paradigm shift. And this is what we talked about daily, that there is a global shift in geopolitics and how things used to be in the 19th century. And now, post the shatter of OPEC, post the shatter of NATO, there will be a new globe and a new paradigm. The shift in the Middle East diplomacy, for decades, the established consensus in Washington was that Arab nations would never normalize relations with Israel under the Israel-Palestine conflict. Was completely resolved. The Accords flipped the playbook entirely. The strategy orchestrated by Donald Trump administration. The Accords bypassed traditional Palestinian-centric deadlock. It focused on transactional, business-forward, and security-minded alignment. So we were democratic in our thinking before, and it was ideology first and feelings and fifis. Donald Trump realigned this shit back to money because the money is being fucked up right now. The King of New York, the only drugstore on the block. If you want to buy keys, if you want to stack G's, you got to buy dope from us. America is the only drugstore on the block. We're the only one selling oil right now. It behooves OPEC and these nations to sign the Abraham Accords if they want to get their dollars and cents in order. The shared adversary, the driving force behind the scenes was a shared defense objective containing Iran. By formalizing ties, Israel and major Sunni Arab nations formed a united front against Iranian proxy warfare and regional influence. Now, when I started my coverage of Iran, the first thing I said to Americans is Americans don't know enough about the difference between Shia and Sunni and what is going on in Iran and the Middle East. Americans don't know the difference enough between Sunni and Shia are two main branches of Islam. They share core beliefs of the Quran and five pillars of Islam, but different fundamentally in their views on religious authority. The Sunni, roughly 85% of Muslims worldwide. The Shia, roughly 15% of Muslims worldwide. Sunni believe Prophet Muhammad did not name a successor. The first caliphate should be elected by the community. Sounds reasonable, right? The Shia, who happen to be the IRGC in charge of Iran, believe Muhammad explicitly designated his cousin and son-in-law Ali as his successor. Led by succession and divinely guided imams descended and directly from the prophet's family, the 12 imams are divinely appointed, spiritually imperfect and infallible. Almost like gods on earth. This is what the Shia who are in charge of Iran believe. The Shia believe in jihad. The Shia are the extremist Muslims who want to kill America. Just so you have context. Because I say it is not enough of an understanding in America on the difference between Shia and Sunni. And I think that's a shame. I think that's a shame because if Americans understood a lot more about the differences between Shia and Sunni and what's going on the ground in Iran, I think we would feel better and we wouldn't be lied to about the propaganda on CNN. Let's get more information. Let's get more information right here. I got some more information for you guys. Let's go, MAGA. Let's go.
Iran reportedly putting a price tag on peace. State media claiming the regime wants $24 billion in frozen funds released as part of any deal with the U.S. Our chief foreign correspondent, Trey Yingst, is reporting live out of Tel Aviv for us at this hour. He's got the latest. Trey?
Yes, Andrew, good afternoon. Iranian state media says the regime is demanding billions of dollars worth of frozen funds released as part of any sort of agreement with the United States. Now, officials in Washington say that's not going to happen, and any sort of financial relief for the Iranians will only come if they uphold their end of the bargain. This comes as the U.S. blockade of Iranian ports remains in effect, and U.S. Central Command says more than 100 vessels have been redirected as the Trump administration works to tighten economic pressure on the Iranian regime. Overnight, the United States conducted airstrikes against southern Iran near the Strait of Hormuz. CENTCOM says the strikes were defensive in nature and targeted mine-laying vessels, along with a surface-to-air missile position. These were the first U.S. strikes that have targeted Iran since early May.
Double tap at the like button, everybody. Get the likes up. Get the likes up. We don't have enough likes in the building, man. So let's go back into it, man. We're talking about the Abraham Accords, the Paris Climate Accords, and we're talking about the JPCOA so people understand more about the Abraham Accords. So the Abraham Accords is changing everything in the Middle East. The Abraham Accords are saying to the surrounding countries around Iran that we have a shared enemy. We have a shared enemy in the state, in the IRGC. Let me read this part again. The driving force behind the scenes was a shared defense objective containing Iran. By formalizing ties, Israel and major Sunni Arab nations formed a united front against Iranian proxy warfare and regional influence. Sunni Arab nations formed a united front against Iranian proxy warfare and regional influence. If you don't watch my channel, if you don't get the understanding of the difference between a Sunni and a Shia Muslim and what the Shia believe, then you'll miss what's so important about these Abraham Accords. The signatories, brokered initially in late 2020, the historic agreements legally normalize diplomatic, economic, and security relations between Israel, the United Arab Emirates, the UAE, and Bahrain. Shortly after Sudan and Morocco joined the framework. The current stakes. Today, the accords are no longer just a peace treaty. They are being utilized as high-leverage diplomatic tool. The current administration strategy treats the expansion of the accords as non-negotiable requirement to finalize any major framework in the region, using peace through strength to pressure the remaining holdouts. Donald Trump has put together this peace agreement, has put together these accords to force peace in the region and to keep peace in the region. And not only that, but make it so that the Middle East keeps itself in check. That the Middle East keeps itself in check. And that's what it's been all about. It's about America first. I'm so proud of my president, man. I'm so proud of my president, man. Double tap, hit the like button. We're talking about the Abraham Accords. We're talking about the Abraham Accords, what it is. I know you don't know what it is. I know you don't know what the JPCOA is. The JPCOA is the agreement that Obama made with Iran, the so-called nuclear peace agreement. The Paris Climate Accords is an agreement that Donald Trump took us out of and Joe Biden put us back into. That's when NATO and Europe should have woke up. That's when NATO and Europe should have woke up, that America is no longer paying for your protection and paying for your friendship. Today, we're talking about the Abraham Accords, where we're shifting liability. This is a businessman. This is a businessman. Trump is a businessman. I'm a businessman. Trump is a businessman. He is shifting liability back to Europe and back to the Middle East because it's in their best interests. And I agree. Trump has said to NATO, we're no longer investing a lion's share of American money into NATO. We're shifting that back to Europe. We're not, did you guys see that? We're not investing in NATO or the UN. We're pulling financially out of NATO. Europe is going to have to militarize themselves, protect themselves against Russia, because Russia is not an enemy. We will be in a trade partnership with Russia. As Russia, after this war with Ukraine, Russia before the war with Ukraine was facing some severe demographic issues. Before Russia went into this long, lengthy, costly war, not just monetarily, but in life, Russia did not have enough 18-year-olds. Russia could never go into another conflict. Russia does not have enough 18-year-olds to go into a global war. Not even before Ukraine, but now, especially after Ukraine, the demographics. I told you about the Russian women who are migrating to China to marry Chinese men. And that's only going to get worse after the war, because we're going to have a demographic issue on young Russian men. And don't even bring up Ukrainian men, because it's sad, bro. What the Democrats did to Ukraine, what the EU did to the Ukraine. Let's not even bring up the Ukraine and their ability to have children and their birth rate after this war. But Russia will be a trade partner. Russia will be a trade partner. So Donald Trump, the billionaire businessman, the king of New York, Donald Trump, the billionaire businessman, the king of New York, is doing what he does in the art of the deal. He is shifting the leverage. And I know a lot of you don't understand ROI, return on investment, shifting the leverage. But what is our ROI in NATO? What is our ROI? No, we're shifting the leverage, brothers and sisters. The leverage is going to be on them and not on America no more. America first. The Abraham Accords shifts back to the Middle East. You have to protect. It's in your best interest. It's in your best interest to keep Iran in check. How many times did they attack you, Saudi? How many times did they attack you, Bahrain? How many times did they attack you, United Arab Emirates? It is in the Sunni Muslim country. Listen, I know this is new to you because you're new to my channel. Double tap, hit the like button, like, share, and subscribe. It is in the best interest of the Sunni Muslim countries to be on the same side and to protect yourselves from the jihadist Shias of the Iranian IRGC regime. If you understand any of this shit, the Abraham Accords is linking the Sunni Muslim countries together because it's in their best interests. Woo! Donald Trump, the art of the deal. Donald Trump, the art of the deal.
No, and we'd like to have the countries we were talking about, with Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, and the others, we'd like to have them immediately join and Steve Witkoff is working on that with Jared and some others, but would like to have them join the Abraham Accords. It'll be historic if they do it. And I think they owe that to us, to be honest. I think, because that really would be a tremendous sign. And I think those countries owe it to us. Steve, are you going to get them to sign?
We're definitely pushing it, Mr. President.
I'm not sure we should make the deal if they don't sign. You want to know the truth? If they don't sign to join the Abraham Accords, I don't know that we have countries in there already. UAE, great countries, bold countries, and it's turned out to be so good, so effective. No, I would like to have the country.
So we're talking about the Abraham Accords. Let's get more back details. The signatories brokered initially in late 2020. So Israel, the United Arab Emirates, and Bahrain, and shortly Sudan and Morocco. So let's get into more global agreements, master comparison table. So we have the Abraham Accords, full diplomatic economic normalization between Israel and Arab Muslim nations to foster regional security. Again, let me read this part that's so important about these accords. It says the shared adversary. There's a shared adversary in the Middle East. The driving force behind the scenes was a shared defense objective containing Iran. And by formalizing ties, Israel and major Sunni Arab nations formed a united front. And remember, I told you the difference between Sunni and Shia is that the Shia are the extremists who are in control of the IRGC and the morality police, and they believe in jihad, and they believe in this extreme version of Islam where women have to wear 3/4 of cloth or get beat, where gay people get beat, where Muslims, where Christians get persecuted. Jews got, in Iran, there were 3 million Christians and Jews who were Iranian people, because under the Shah, there was not this ideology that you had to be Shia Muslim in order to have a good life in Iran. There was not that, right? So we had Christians in Iran. We had Jews in Iran. We had Catholics in Iran, up to 3 million. But when the Shias took power, they persecuted them. They persecuted the Kurds. Someone earlier said they had blacks in Iran. And the Shia Muslims who believe in this extremist version of Islam, who don't believe in gays, who women can't drive, right? Women have to walk behind their husbands. The Abraham Accords have said it behooves these nations. Donald Trump in the Abraham Accords has said it behooves these nations who are not Shia, the Sunni nations, to stick together. It behooves the Sunni nations to stick together and to contain Iran and the Shia Muslim and its proxies. Double tap at the like button if you understand this. We're breaking it down. And to contain Iran, the Shia Muslim and its proxies. Double tap at the like button. Double tap. Oh, we cooking gas. We're cooking with gas. We're cooking with gas. We're cooking with gas. The Abraham Accords, full diplomatic economic normalization between Israel and Arab Muslim nations to foster regional security. The JCPOA, the Iran nuclear deal created by Obama that was left in the dust by Trump and Biden. Double tap at the like button. The JCPOA restricted Iran's nuclear program and uranium enrichment in exchange for lifting economic sanctions, i.e. Trump paid by Obama paid the Iranians, and Iran took the billions and funded the proxies and went to war with America. Obama was the biggest failure of a president ever. Obama is the biggest failure of a president ever. The Paris Climate Accords, a legally binding international treaty to limit global warming and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. The problem was America's competitors were not held to the same constraint, and Europe is not a competitor on a global scale. So America needs to compete with China and other global competitors, but Europe created this Paris Climate Accord to keep America out. Just like Europe is the one who shitted on us with the JCPOA in 2021 in Vienna, just like Macron and Stallmer is going behind our back with Russia, but no one's paying attention. Y'all still in love with the monarchy. Let's get back to the Abraham Accords. Abraham Accords core philosophy: peace through strength. Transactional security-focused bilateral deals bypassing traditional bodies. The core philosophy of the JCPOA: multilateral diplomacy, collective international monitoring, relying on global compliance, which is why it failed. There were no measures to enforce the JCPOA, which is why Biden didn't go back into it. Globalist multi-stream, so the Paris Climate Accords, globalist multilateralism, shared global targets that critics argue compromise sovereign industrial dominance. It did that for America. American companies were crippled under the Paris Climate Accords, and everybody else got an advantage. This is what's the great thing about the Trump presidency and the resurgence of the petrodollar because of what we've done in Iran and Venezuela. I'm okay with the Straits of Hormuz being closed. Anybody else in the chat okay with the Straits of Hormuz being closed? I am okay with the Straits of Hormuz staying closed. Close that bitch. Sorry, we're closed. Ha ha. Sorry, we're closed. Ha ha. Keep buying oil from America. If you want to ball keys, if you want to stack G's, you got to buy oil from us. You got to buy oil from us. I say close that bitch. Keep the bitch closed. U.S. stance. U.S. stance. So Abraham Accords, championed and pioneered, formed the bedrock of modern Middle East foreign policy. Withdrew. Trump withdrew from the Paris Climate Accords as a weak, one-sided sellout deal. No, this is Trump and why he withdrew from the JCPOA. He said it was one-sided. So Trump, thank God, took us out of both the Paris Climate Accords and the JCPOA. Trump withdrew from the Paris Climate Accords because he viewed it as a globalist mandate that economically penalized American energy and manufacturing. Thank you, Trump. Thank you, Trump. And key mechanisms of the Abraham Accords: dictate trade, embassy openings, tourism, and joint military intelligence and sharing. The mechanisms for the JCPOA was strict enrichment caps, monitored by the IAEA in exchange for sanction release, and the mechanisms for the Paris Climate Accords were nationally determined contributions, NDCs, set by individual countries to curb carbon output. But America, like always, paid the lion's share. America, like always, paid the lion's share. If you believe it, Donald Trump on the Abraham.
We were talking about with Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, and the others. We'd like to have them immediately join and Steve Witkoff is working on that with Jared and some others, but would like to have them join the Abraham Accords. It'll be historic if they do it. And we would. I think they owe that to us, to be honest.
They sign and join the Abraham Accords. The war is over. And then we never have to go back to Iran, and we don't have to deal with these Islamic extremists, because the problem in the Middle East is not the people. We love Iranian people. We love Saudi people. We love all of the people. Americans are a melting pot. All of those people live here. I work in tech. I have friends from Yemen. I have friends from Afghanistan. So we love all people from everywhere. The issue is these Muslim extremists who would beat gays, beat women, and will not make a deal. This is the problem in the Middle East.
I think because that really would be a tremendous sign. And I think those countries owe it to us. Steve, are you going to get them to sign?
We're definitely pushing it, Mr. President.
I'm not sure we should make the deal if they don't sign. You want to know the truth? If they don't sign to join the Abraham Accords, I don't know that we have countries in there already. UAE, great countries, bold countries, and it's turned out to be so good, so effective. No, I would like to have the country.
So today we're talking about the Abraham Accords and how it leads to peace in the Middle East. And I just wanted to get a lot of understanding. I know a lot of people don't know about the Abraham Accords and what it is. So I did my research and I wanted to present to you guys what it is. And like you guys have been doing a great job today, understanding and listening today on the Abraham Accords. Let's go. Who is this? Who is this right here? AOC is wearing a hijab for EI. Can you believe this? Can you believe this? Can you believe this? This is AOC. This is not Iran. This is not Iran. This is not the IRGC. These are democratic socialists. I warned you.
To our neighbors, our community, and to this country, we can bring light. To our neighbors, our community, and to this country, we can bring light.
Now remember, she married to a white man. Remember, AOC is married to a white man. AOC married to a white man. Yeah. AOC married to a white man talking this shit. You can't make this shit up, man. You can't make this shit up. Let's get into details. Abraham Accords. Perfect Timing Podcast. Double tap, hit the like button, everybody. Double tap, hit the like button, everybody. Paris, we talking about Abraham Accords. Double tap, hit the like button.
Blackout officials say, first of all, is that true? And a big morning at the White House. President Trump will convene his cabinet at 11 a.m. Eastern. Negotiations with Iran are set to dominate the discussion. And Brian Hook, former U.S. Special Representative for Iran, is here. Here's a headline from the New York Times. Iran begins lifting months-long internet blackout, officials say. First of all, is that true?
Yeah, it does seem that Iran has restored the internet. It's been off for 3 months. Imagine, like in the U.S. economy, if the internet.
Okay, that's the wrong video. That's the wrong video. That's the wrong. Let me go back. We're going back. This is the video that we was on. Paris Climate. This is Abraham Accords, how it benefits the region, how it benefits America. Donald Trump's urging the rest of the countries to sign the Abraham Accords, how this shifts leverage to the Middle East.
Fox News alert, the president has just pulled the plug on his Camp David cabinet meeting and ordered everybody to report to the White House tomorrow to solve the Iran situation once and for all. Marco Rubio says the deal could happen at any second.
I think there's strong alignment and agreement on what a preliminary draft should look like. I think that, like anything with something like this, it's going to take a couple days to settle on, even down to the disagreements over a word. Sentence. So we'll have to work through that. If there's going to be a deal, we're going to have to work through that. But this is, it's either going to be a good deal or there isn't going to be one.
Over the weekend, the president called the Arabs and said he's only going to sign the deal and reopen the strait if they join the Abraham Accords. That means Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Egypt, Pakistan, Turkey, Jordan, all normalize relations with Israel. Now, when Trump dropped that on them, the Arabs were, quote, stunned. Another source tells Axios that they ended up telling the president this, quote, "We are with you on this deal, and if it doesn't work, we will be with you too." Now, we're pinning the whole Arab world against the Iranians. Trump just turned the Abraham Accords into a trap. It means if the Iranians and their proxies mess with Israel, they're messing with the whole rest of the Arab world. And for us, that means we don't have to be the Middle East babysitters. They all have skin in the game. And Trump says if the gay Ayatollah doesn't give us his John Hancock soon, he'll blow up. Yesterday, gave him a little love tap. The commander-in-chief carried out strikes in southern Iran. We caught the Mosquito fleet laying mines along the strait. We lit them up. And when Iran retaliated with missiles, we wiped out their launchers. The Pentagon says this was purely defensive. The Israelis are still pulling triggers. Over 100 Hezbollah targets were struck in overnight action in Lebanon. The Pentagon isn't slowing down either. We've been testing the Breaker, a bunker rupture warhead that can be carried by a drone And when dropped, watch out. Now, are we going to use the breaker to shake loose the uranium? Well, the deal on the table right now is no dust, no deal. Before anything happens, though, Iran has to open up the strait. No terrorism, no tolls. Now, after they do that, and only after they do that, we'll start loosening the blockade. At the same time, we ensure the uranium is being destroyed. The president said it like this, quote, the enriched uranium, nuclear dust, will either be immediately turned over to the United States to be brought home and destroyed, or preferably in conjunction and coordination with the Islamic Republic of Iran, destroyed in place or at another acceptable location. Remember, Space Force is watching the 3 nuke sites. The dust is buried deep under the rubble. So when they start delivering on the deal and we monitor it, we'll start unfreezing some bank accounts. Anything else that's being reported is BS. That's according to White House officials. The president has made it clear that he's not budging on this, and he's got the wind at his back.
These incredible men and women gave their lives to ensure that the world's #1 state sponsor of terror will never have a nuclear weapon. Oh, and they won't. They will never have a nuclear weapon. I'm sure you know that.
The blockade's already cost Iran $20 billion. You add that to the cost of the war and Trump's sanctions before it, the Iranians are over $100 billion in the hole. Most of their top leaders are either dead, crippled, or in hiding. And now the whole world's putting pressure on the Guard to let the tankers sail.
Well, the straits have to be open. They're going to be open one way or the other. So they need to be open. What's happening there is unlawful. It's illegal. It's unsustainable for the world. It's unacceptable. I don't know of any country in the world that does it. The Russians are not in favor of a tolling system. The Chinese are not in favor of a tolling system. I mean, there's no country in the world that's in favor of a tolling system except the regime in Iran. So that's not acceptable. That cannot happen. The straits need to be open, unimpeded, without tolls. And obviously that needs to happen immediately as soon as anything's agreed to.
We've played a lot of footsie. We keep hearing that we're close, then it's 2 steps forward, 1 step back. The Iranians are gnarly and opaque. It's hard to know with these people. Some generals want to finish off the target list before negotiations, and others, they want to see complete regime collapse.
If we make this deal, it's going to empower Iran. By that I mean, listen, they are bruised and weakened to be sure, but they will remain intact as a result of it. Any deal that they will agree to, and we will likely grant, will have to provide financial relief for them. And that will enable them with billions of dollars to recover the regime. That means that the idea that this regime would eventually go away and collapse and goes completely off the table, and we'll be dealing with this regime for years to come.
A senior administration official says, quote, the president's view right now is that you would need a substantial escalation in order to meaningfully change things that are going on the ground. And you could always get more through military conduct. The question is whether you could get something that's worth the cost. Now, the Iranians aren't going to be rearming anytime soon because we knocked out their military-industrial complex. We have eyes in the sky the whole time, and we'll have inspections underground. And I'm sure we'll be leaving a carrier strike group off their coast just to make sure they keep their word. It's not like Obama, who gave them billions of dollars and didn't inspect and let them enrich. But Obama world says Trump's just jealous of Barry's deal.
He pulled out of that deal mainly because of his hostility to Obama. This is something Obama did, so I don't like it. He needs the appearance of some victory, but he's not going to get it because they are the ones that are sitting with more of the leverage.
The press is acting like Trump's the bad guy. He didn't close the strait. He didn't lay mines and fund terrorism. Rubio told some wise guy from the BBC to get it together.
They would rather invest in Hezbollah. They would rather invest in the rapists and the murderers of Hamas. They would rather invest in those groups than they do in their own people. That's what Iran invests in. And that's what the world, that's what you should be asking me about. That's what the BBC should be covering. And that's what these other media outlets should be covering, is how evil these people are in Iran and the damage they've done to people all over the world.
The media is actually boosting Iran's bargaining power because they make them think that Trump's backed into a corner. Trump's not in an underground hospital bed with no lips. He's building a UFC cage at the White House for America's 250 fight night. And the market doesn't think Iran has too much fight left. The S&P hit another all-time high, and oil closed below $100 a barrel. Now, hopefully, prices come down at the pump soon. Administration sources say the deal is about 90% of the way done. They think it could be papered in less than a week. They're just negotiating over specific words. Remember, the Persians need to save a little face. So they're haggling about how things are phrased so they can go beat their chests back home. Now, the cabinet meeting will determine how Trump lands this plan, and we'll have a full report tomorrow on how it shakes out.
So we're going to follow that report tomorrow on that cabinet meeting. So I hope everybody has a better understanding of the Abraham Accords. We went over the Paris Climate Accords, and we went over the JPCOA. Today, we're talking about the Abraham Accords, how it shifts leverage, and the fact that America, there's a new polarizing global shift in America. When we talk about the Paris Climate Accords, the JCPOA, and now the Abraham Accords that were penned in 2020. What this is saying that if we can get all of the Sunni Arab nations to come together to keep Iran contained, America won't have to do it. Double tap at the like button. Do you agree with Trump's strategy on the Abraham Accords?
Call with 8 Arab nation leaders. He followed up with a Truth Social post writing this. I stated that after all the work done by the United States to try to pull this very complex puzzle together, it should be mandatory that all of these countries at a minimum simultaneously sign on to the Abraham Accords. Now, the UAE and Bahrain, they were a part of that call. They're already members of the U.S.-backed effort to normalize relations with Israel. The president acknowledges that 1 or 2 of the nations may have reasons for not being able to do so, but that most others should be ready and willing. Senator Lindsey Graham called the proposal requiring the agreement be expanded simply brilliant and, quote, would result in the most significant change in the Middle East in thousands of years. But at the same time, the emerging deal is drawing some criticism from several other Republicans. Senator Ted Cruz says he is deeply concerned. Call with 8 Arab nation leaders. He followed up with a Truth Social post writing this. I stated that after all the work done by the United States to try to pull this very complex puzzle together, it should be mandatory that all of these countries at a minimum simultaneously sign on to the Abraham Accords. Now, the UAE and Bahrain, they were a part of that call. They're already members of the U.S.-backed effort to normalize relations with Israel. The president acknowledges that 1 or 2 of the nations may have reasons for not being able to do so, but that most others should be ready and willing. Senator Lindsey Graham called the proposal requiring the agreement be expanded simply brilliant and, quote, would result in the most significant change in the Middle East in thousands of years.
1,000-year change, significant change. And for the first time I hear the administration, you never heard this from Obama, you never heard this from a Democrat, talking about the difference between Shia and Sunni. And in the agreements, there's a need for the Sunni nations to stick together to contain the Shia nation of, oh man, it's such a beautiful deal. I'm so proud of my president. I'm so proud. It is genius. It is absolutely genius. And it should have already been done. But it wouldn't, but it's flawed democratic liberal logic. It's in their best interest. It's not our area. This is your backyard. All of you Sunni Muslims, it's your backyard. To the Europeans who want us in NATO, it's your backyard. Europeans, Starmer, Macron, you're going to have to work something out with Russia. Stop depending on America. Starmer, Macron, Spain, you're going to have to make a deal with Russia. We're out of it.
Senator Lindsey Graham called the proposal requiring the agreement be expanded simply brilliant and, quote, would result in the most significant change in the Middle East in thousands of years.
Brilliant. And the biggest change in the Middle East in thousands of years. Let me read it to you again. This is the paragraph that I love the most. This is what I love the most about these Abraham Accords, because Americans don't understand enough about this Shia-Sunni aspect of the conflict and what's been going on since 1979. What's been going on since 600 AD when Muhammad passed away. This all started when Muhammad passed away. Remember, Sunni and Shia are the 2 main branches of Islam. They share core beliefs of the Quran and 5 pillars of Islam, but differ fundamentally. What are the differences? The Sunni believe Prophet Muhammad, this is in 600, This is in 600 when this shit starts. The Sunni believe that when the Prophet Muhammad passed away, he didn't name his successor, and that the first caliphate should be elected by the community. Wouldn't that be great? That makes sense, right? But no, the Shia who wanted power, who want to beat women, who want to beat gays, who want to persecute Christians, and who want to do jihads. Think about the bullshit that we put up with in this globe from these motherfucking crazy motherfuckers. The Shia believe Muhammad explicitly designated his cousin. How did Muhammad do that? And there's nothing on paper. And his son-in-law, Ali, as a successor. So what you need to understand, and what I'm pissed about these religious zealots, is this Shia shit is a lie. Because they say, because I did my research, they said Muhammad wanted his cousin. It wasn't his cousin. He was not blood related to Muhammad. It was a son-in-law, meaning someone who had married into the family. So even in the Shia belief, they said someone who was a blood lineage should be the new caliphate, but the motherfucker that they picked was not blood lineage. He was a son-in-law. And they called him cousin. You know how Hawaiians and Filipinos call each other cousin. In Atlanta, they call each other twin, but there's no blood relation. So the person that the Shia wanted was a son-in-law and had no blood relation. And also, I argue that it was a political takeover because the Shia simply wanted power. And to maintain power, they knew they needed to have this extremism by keeping women and gays and Christians and Jews in check. Before the Ayatollah Khomeini came to power in 1979, under the Shah, Iran was a free place. Great music, great culture. You could vacation in Tehran. There were Jews, there were Christians, there were Shia and Sunni Muslims. Under the Shah, everybody lived in Iran. When Ayatollah Khomeini was elected, he installed the morality police and the IRGC 30 days after his election. And that's when the persecution started. You guys have to understand this. You guys have to. So this is the part that I want to share with you about the Abraham Accord. Check this out. This is what I think why Lindsey Graham refers to Trump as a genius. The shared adversary aspect of the Abraham Accords. The driving force behind the scenes was a shared defensive objective containing Iran. By formalizing ties, Israel and major Sunni Arab nations, remember I just taught you the difference between Sunni and Shia. The difference between Sunni are the logical people who believe you elect the best qualified person. The Shia are the jihadist extremists who want to kill everyone, including the Sunnis. So Trump is saying that the Sunnis should make an agreement with Israel and contain Iran because the Shia-led Iran extremists want to kill everybody, want to kill everybody, want to kill everybody. So it behooves the Sunni nations to come to the table in a formative agreement called the Abraham Accords to protect everyone. And Donald Trump, the great negotiator, is facilitating the whole thing. Double tap the like button.
Call with 8 Arab nation leaders. He followed up with a Truth Social post writing this. I stated that after all the work done by the United States to try to pull this very complex puzzle together, it should be mandatory that all of these countries at a minimum simultaneously sign on to the Abraham.
Can you please stop coming in my chat for the first time if you've never listened to my show? There's this thing with people, like, there's a lot of ignorant people, man. This person, you've obviously never been here. You don't know the history. You don't know my show. When did the history started in 1944 in World War II, when Russia took over Iran. And then we installed the Dirty Shah in 1953. Please do not come in my chat and say ignorant things if you have never been in my chat room before. You don't know what you're talking about. I love my country and I give my people the honest truth. I give my people the honest truth. Russia is the first people to invade Iran in 1944 after World War II. And then we installed the Dirty Shah in 1953 because we did not have friendship with Russia any longer. And then in 1979, Ayatollah Khomeini came to power and in a political election. Because this is what I said earlier. I understand why Iran is upset. because the Russians invaded, took over their natural resources. Then the Europeans and the Americans in the form of MI6 and the CIA in 1953 invaded and took their natural resources. So the Ayatollah Khomeini made a hell of an argument in 1979. In 1979, the Ayatollah Khomeini made a hell of an argument when he said to the Iranian people, hey, look at what the Russians did. Look at what the Americans and the Europeans did. I will help you. I will protect you. I will protect our resources. What he did not tell the people in 1979, the IRGC, this is our problem with the peace agreements and what's going on. The IRGC and the morality police were not installed and were not part of the political election. He tricked the people. The Ayatollah Khomeini came to power and it made sense, his argument, but 30 days later after he was elected, he installed the IRGC and the morality police and the oppression started. There were Christian Iranians, there were Jewish Iranians, there were Kurdish Iranians that lived under the Shah. When I explain this, you only hear one part. You only hear the part that proves you right. Under the Shah, there were many different Iranian peoples. Even today, the Kurds are fighting on the side of Americans. I bring you a story of a Kurdish woman. Her name was Marsha Armeni. She was visiting family, and she wore her hijab, but the morality police arrested her and said she did not wear her hijab correctly. She was unalived and beaten in a police van. She wasn't Shia Muslim, she was Kurdish. And then to support that argument, I told you about Germans in Germany who are afraid to wear their Jewish garb because there are so many Muslim extremists who live in Germany. Let's get back to the Abraham Accords. Double tap at the like button. Abraham Accords, peace agreement, peace in the Middle East.
Call with 8 Arab nation leaders. He followed up with a Truth Social post writing this. I stated that after all the work done by the United States to try to pull this very complex puzzle together, it should be mandatory that all of these countries at a minimum simultaneously sign on to the Abraham Accords. Now, the UAE and Bahrain, they were part of that call. They're already members of the U.S.-backed effort to normalize relations with Israel. The president acknowledges that one or two of the nations may have reasons for not being able to do so, but that most others should be ready and willing. Senator Lindsey Graham called the proposal requiring the agreement be expanded simply brilliant and, quote, would result in the most significant change in the Middle East in thousands of years. But at the same time, the emerging deal is drawing some criticism from several other Republicans. Senator Ted Cruz says he is deeply concerned. Call with 8 Arab nation leaders. He followed up with a Truth Social post writing this. I stated that after all the work done by the United States to try to pull this very complex puzzle together, it should be mandatory that all of these countries at a minimum simultaneously sign on to the Abraham Accords. Now, the UAE and Bahrain, they were part of that call. They're already members of the U.S.-backed effort to normalize relations with Israel. The president acknowledges that one or two of the nations may have reasons for not being able to do so, but that most others should be ready and willing. Senator Lindsey Graham called the proposal requiring the agreement be expanded simply brilliant and, quote, would result in the most significant change in the Middle East in thousands of years. But at the same time, the emerging deal is drawing some criticism from several other Republicans. Senator Ted Cruz says he is deeply concerned. Call with 8 Arab nation leaders. He followed up with a Truth Social post writing this.
So the Abraham Accords were created in 2020. I say again, bro, I like your thumbnail, so I'm not going to block you, but please don't say stupid shit in my chat. If you new here, just shut the fuck up and listen for 5 minutes before you make a comment. That's all you got to do. I need to put on subscriber mode where motherfuckers got to be subscribed for 1 day because I don't want you to be feeling like an idiot in the chat because you say stupid shit because you only been here 2 seconds and then you jump in the chat. Premature ejaculators is what I call them. Premature ejaculators, bro. Just be quiet for 5 seconds, bro. I stated that that this was created in 2020. And people just come in, bro. You're not smarter than me, bro. Just sit back and relax and enjoy the show, bro. Just sit back and relax and enjoy the show, bro. You're not smarter than me. I'm the host. Just sit back and relax and enjoy the show. Just please do that. Just do that. That's what I need you to do. Don't come in here thinking you're smarter than me and you're gonna teach me something because you end up you end up looking stupid. You know what I'm saying? I haven't heard nobody on YouTube explain the difference between Shia and Sunni. Just be quiet and listen. I said the Abraham Accords was created in 2020. Trump is expanding them, and Trump wants to get more people to sign. The news said it, Fox said it, I said it, everybody is saying it. If you be quiet and listen, you'll hear the content.
No, I would like to have the countries we were talking about with Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, and the others, we would like to have them immediately join and Steve Witkoff is working on that with Jared and some others, but would like to have them join the Abraham Accords. It'll be historic if they do it. And I think they owe that to us, to be honest. I think, because that really would be a tremendous sign. And I think those countries owe it to us. Steve, are you going to get them to sign?
We're definitely pushing it, Mr. President.
I'm not sure we should make the deal if they don't sign. You want to know the truth? If they don't sign to join the Abraham Accords, I don't know that we have countries in there already. UAE, great countries, bold countries. And it's turned out to be so good, so effective. So I would like to have the country.
So we want to get more people to join. And like I read before, if we can get the Sunni countries to align with this agreement, it does great things in the region. Not only for those individuals, right? Not only for freer peoples in Iran, but it does great for America and how much money. People been talking a lot about money, but we spent $300 billion in the Ukraine. We've only spent 25 in Iran, and we about to get a great deal. And don't forget about the resurgence of the petrodollar. What's also happened at the same time as we try to free the Iranian people and put down the Shia Muslims for once and for all is that we have resurged the American petrodollar. Y'all remember BRICS? Y'all remember crypto? The reason the UAE left OPEC and the UAE needed a swap line is because they were dollar poor, because countries were offloading American dollars because the dollar was dead. I said countries were offloading the American dollar. India and BRICS countries were moving to accept cryptocurrency, digital currency, and moving away from the dollar. Every day under Biden, I heard about another country saying we're going to accept digital currency. Every day under Biden, I heard about another country saying we're going to move away from the dollar. What happened in Iran in the Straits of Hormuz being closed is that people had to come back to the dollar. Unfortunately, some countries were dollar poor. Hello? Because the dollar was dead under Biden. But we don't talk about this because there's TDS and there's Trump hate. We don't talk about how big the dollar is now, the resurgence of the petrodollar, and that all of the countries coming to America, if America is the #1 distributor of oil, all of the countries coming to America to buy oil, they are buying oil in dollars. They are not buying oil in yen. They are not buying oil in rupees. They are not buying oil in shekels. They are buying oil in dollars. Dollar bill, y'all. Cash rules everything around me. Cream, get the money. Dollar bill, y'all.
Iran reportedly putting a price tag on peace. State media claiming the regime wants $24 billion in frozen funds released as part of any deal with the U.S. Our chief foreign correspondent, Trey Yinks, is reporting live out of Tel Aviv for us at this hour. He's got the latest. Trey?
Yes, Andrew, good afternoon. Iranian state media says the regime is demanding billions of dollars worth of frozen funds released as part of any sort of agreement with the United States. Now, officials in Washington say that's not going to happen, and any sort of financial relief for the Iranians will only come if they uphold their end of the bargain. This comes as the U.S. blockade of Iranian ports remains in effect, and U.S. Central Command says more than 100 vessels have been redirected as the Trump administration works to tighten economic pressure on the Iranian regime. Overnight, the United States conducted airstrikes against southern Iran near the Strait of Hormuz. CENTCOM says the strikes were defensive in nature and targeted mine-laying vessels along with a surface-to-air missile position. These were the first U.S. strikes that have targeted Iran since early May.
So we back. The ceasefire is over and we striking. The ceasefire is over and we striking. Double tap, hit the like button. The ceasefire is over and we striking. Get the likes up. We're talking about the Abraham Accords, and I seen somebody in the chat talking about the wins in Texas. We talked about that already, but we can go back to that later. I'm so excited about what happened with Paxton in Texas. This is what I shared earlier. This is our brother Steve Kornacki in the Magic Map, and listen what he says about the Democrats. Listen what he says about what you got to look forward to in 2026 and 2028. Look at the numbers: 475,000 to 297. 63% Ken Paxton, 37% John Cornyn, 37 people that Trump endorsed, 100% victories. That was before Massey. So 37 before Massey, and now we have Ken Paxton. We're running the board. It's like Donald Trump is a member of the Knicks. Like, we're sweeping the election. It's not just that MAGA is winning and Trump is winning. It's like the Knicks, bro. We're sweeping, bro. Trump is 100% Trump. Trump is he is not lost, you guys. Every endorsement, 40 RINOs gone, including Massey, including Cornyn, 40 RINOs gone. That's not small. That is not small on the political landscape.
Where's the Mike Tyson lines? Everybody has a plan until they get punched in the face. We 7:59. We're all ready to go. I've got my notes right here. Here's the 4 things I wanted to take folks through to set up the night and to set up, kind of what was to come, what our benchmarks were going to be, how we're going to be interpreting these results. Had a final conversation with my producer, Adam, about how we both felt that Cornyn was in the game here, and this might be surprisingly close. Sorry, Adam. And then I've never had one go like that where it was Denton County, right? We got Denton County right off the bat. We were looking at this at like 8 o'clock and 5 seconds. We were looking at Denton County, which is no slouch when it comes to, look, again, he sees more than 40,000 votes already counted right there. Where's the Mike Tyson lines? Everybody has a plan until they get punched in the face.
Everybody has a plan until they get punched in the face. So all of you in the chat, all of you purple-haired protesting Democratic socialists, just keep on laughing and making jokes because we punching you in the face every election. Every election. 37 endorsements. 30 Jasmine Crockett, gone. MTG, gone. Tim Walz, gone. Jacob Fry, gone. AOC, gone. Ilhan Omar, gone. Woo, that MAGA. Woo, that MAGA. Read the writing on the wall. I said, read the writing on the motherfucking wall.
And we're back with some breaking news. A race now called in the Texas primary. Democratic Representative Al Green, unseated by Representative Christian Menefee in a Texas primary. Let's get straight over to Steve Kornacki. Steve, this just came in?
Yeah, Gotti, and I think the scale of this one is really surprising here because, again, we're talking about runoffs, meaning, these are 2 candidates who faced off back in March in a preliminary election. There were multiple candidates then. Nobody got 50%. It was very close in the preliminary between Menefee and Green. Green, the longtime incumbent. Menefee just elected in a special election to a different seat a few months ago. But wow, what a difference a few months make here in this runoff election. Menefee now is absolutely kind of pouring it on over Green. And in particular, what's happened in this district is right around Houston and the big suburbs just south of Houston in Fort Bend County. And what's happening is Fort Bend County is the political base of Al Green. In that preliminary, he did great there, made him competitive district-wide. The floor has just fallen out for him in his own political base tonight in Fort Bend County. He's getting clobbered there. Menefee's also doing.
This is not MAGA. This is not MAGA. This is the same thing that happened to Jasmine Crockett. And anybody, I see some intelligent people. Shout out to you, Kim. Go ahead and send me a super chat. I don't have no super chat. Somebody send me a super chat. Somebody send me a super chat. Give me a super chat in this motherfucker, man. I do this shit for money, man. Send me a motherfucking super chat. Send me a Cash App, $ Big D Rants. Double tap at the like button. And when you subscribe to the channel, you're going to get a plus sign so you can become a member, man. I want to see some people become members today. Let me get some memberships out there. I just put some new videos up for members only. We do members only live stream. Members just have this privileges. Today, what I'm doing, I'm running a Somalian special. And if you join the channel, you can support the channel for less than it costs to feed a starving Somalian. We are the world. We are the children. Somalians came here and stole 19 billion. They built leering centers. The children didn't lear shit. Then Ilhan Omar stole 30 million. We are the world. We are the world. We are the children. We are the children. Somalians came here and stole 19 billion. 19 billion. They built leering centers. Lear. The children didn't lear shit. that Ilhan Omar stole 30 million, 30 million, 30 while sucking white dick. She stole 30 million while sucking white dick. So the reason I stopped to sing my song is because the same thing is true with Jasmine Crockett. When you look at this, this is the Democrats imploding. James Calorico. James Calorico beat Jasmine Crockett in a Democratic primary. Jasmine Crockett lost her seat because her seat was redistricted by Greg Abbott. How many people know the story of Jasmine Crockett? Jasmine Crockett got on a jet plane. She was never saw again. So Jasmine Crockett was one of those 5 seats. So Jasmine Crockett was forced to run for Senate. Problem, there hasn't been a Democrat elected to the Senate from Texas in over 30 years. Right? So in a Democratic primary for Senate, Jasmine Crockett lost to the Democrat. The DNC pulled the rug out from underneath her. Did you guys know that? She lost the Colbert interview because the DNC gave it to Tellerico, and the DNC put the money behind Tellerico. Tellerico, a white man who believes that that God is a homosexual and that transgender is in the Bible. That's what the DNC put their money behind. That's why Jasmine Crockett lost. When you look at the Al Green race, what you should understand, once again, that this is a Democratic primary and Al Green lost to the Democrats. The Democrats are imploding. The Democrats are panicking. The Democrats are eating themselves alive. Al Green has been unseated. Double tap, hit the like button. Shout out to the chat member who said, what about Texas? Somebody in my chat said, what about Texas? You don't want to mess with Texas. Buffalo, Memphis, or Kansas. Boys can be found in Alabama, New Orleans, Louisiana. I just got a page from the click. Dank time. It's time to get, yeah, I'm just a hustler on the go. Out here making my propers, don't you know?
Breaking news, a race now called in the Texas primary. Democratic Representative Al Green, unseated by Representative Christian Menefee in a Texas primary. Let's get straight over to Steve Kornacki. Steve, this just came in?
Yeah, Gotti, and I think the scale of this one is really surprising here because, again, we're talking about runoffs, meaning, these are 2 candidates who faced off back in March in a preliminary election. There were multiple candidates then. Nobody got 50%. It was very close in the preliminary between Menefee and Green. Green, the longtime incumbent. Menefee just elected in a special election to a different seat a few months ago. But wow, what a difference a few months make here in this runoff election. Menefee now is absolutely kind of pouring it on over Green. And in particular, what's happened in this district is right around Houston and the big suburbs just south of Houston in Fort Bend County. And what's happening is Fort Bend County is the political base of Al Green. In that preliminary, he did great there, made him competitive district-wide. The floor has just fallen out for him in his own political base tonight in Fort Bend County. He's getting clobbered there. Menefee's also doing quite well in his own base in Harris County around Houston, and that translates into a more than 2-to-1 lead here for Menefee district-wide, and a declaration from our decision desk that he will win. This is a battle of 2 incumbents. Again, Green has been there for decades. Menefee was elected to a different seat in a special election just a few months ago in that redistricting sort of war in Texas. They merged those 2 districts into one, and Menefee survives in this battle of incumbents.
Wow, great. Thank you so much for that update, and we'll be checking back with you in just a bit. Steve Kornacki, thanks.
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay updated on breaking
In the jungle, the mighty jungle. You know what? I blocked somebody. You know what? I blocked somebody because they said I can't hear, and I just saw I was on mute. God damn it. I'm sorry for blocking you. Ooh, I blocked somebody because they said I can't hear. My bad. My bad. Whoever that was that I blocked because you said I can't hear, I apologize. Man, I'll be on the blocking spree. Hey, man, I'll be on the blocking spree. I'll block a motherfucker so quick. Blocker. Man, I'll block a motherfucker so quick, man. Yeah, man, I don't give a fuck, man. I'll block a motherfucker so quick. It'd be so many people in the chat with that bullshit, man. And I did my research, man. I'm a great YouTuber. I'm a great content creator. So I'd be like, man, you know, I did my research. I said, should I let the people in the chat?
Sooner or later.
A lot of people be like, yeah, man, just let the people in the chat rock out. And I did my research. And guess what the research said? The research said, delete them motherfuckers. Do not let people who don't fuck with your content live in your chat. And I was so happy and surprised with the content. But then you look at successful channels and they have moderators who moderate the chat room and they get people out who be fucking up the content, right? So, man, I get motherfuckers out, boy. Huh? This dude got campaign energy and empty pockets. See, people like that. Bye-bye. I'll make you go. Bye-bye. Yeah, man. I don't play with people, man. I don't play with people, man. Both parties are slaves. Yeah. We out of here. Out of here. MAGA Republicans versus old school Republicans. MAGA likes calling them RINOs, and woke versus classic liberals. Everyone's divided. Yeah, you on playing the fence. You out of here too. I don't want to have nobody that ain't 1,000% for MAGA, 1,000% for my channel. You know what I'm saying? I'll get people out of here, man. Married her brother. Yeah, she married her brother. She married her brother, stole $30 million while sucking white dick, and then telling people to hate white men. How you gonna tell people to hate white men while you suck white dick? This is the most amazing thing. Yeah, thank you for that. I love my singing voice, man. I won't vote until they stop chemtrailing the sky. Bye-bye. Get your dumb ass out of here. This is not no fucking Hotep. Get that Hotep bullshit out of here, man. Your thoughts ain't my thoughts. I'm flowing from the survival scrolls. Cut that bitch off. Cut that bitch off. Your thoughts ain't my thoughts. I'm flowing straight from the survival scrolls. Cut that bitch off. Your thoughts ain't my thoughts. Your thoughts ain't my thoughts. And yeah, I say send a super chat because people forget to donate to the channel and people forget to join the channel. So when you subscribe, hit the plus sign, join the channel, become a member, and hit the super chat and donate to the channel. Yeah, I remind people to subscribe. I remind people to hit the like button. I remind people hit the subscribe. I remind people hit the like button. Shit. Yes, I do. Somebody said, ain't no such thing as black and white in Australia. Australia racist as fuck. Man, get your ass out of here. Obama was the beginning of the end. You ain't never lied. You ain't never lied, man. Just like donate. Donate, you cheap bastards. Hit the Cash App while you broke motherfuckers. Come over here and you get to talk shit for free. Yeah, I'm deleted. Everybody, if you want to talk shit, put it in the super chat. You want to talk shit, put it in the super chat. I want to talk shit for free. Want to talk shit for free? You ain't talking shit for free. Kiss my ass. You ain't talking shit for free on my channel. You ain't talking shit for free on my channel.
Sooner or later, people are going to realize Obama's legacy is not hope, unity, or peace. It is chaos, wrapped in a pretty speech. Ukraine, Iran, global instability, reckless backroom deals, dangerous foreign entanglements, and a political machine that always seemed to leave America weaker, while bad actors got stronger. Obama did not just make bad decisions. He opened doors that should have never been opened, empowered people who should have never been trusted, and left behind disasters the world is still paying for. The media sold him as calm and brilliant.
God damn, man. What the fuck is that noise, Barrett? Fucking pussy ass. Damn, just do the fucking content. Why the fuck you gotta put that pussy ass music behind there? Oh, I hate you motherfuckers. You know what? I'm not even gonna go show nothing from your channel no more. Fuck you, man. Fuck you. And I'm gonna unsubscribe. That pussy ass shit. So you know we still got issues with ICE. We still got issues with ICE. The other day I showed ICE issues. Let's go show that. The other day I showed ICE issues. Let's go show that. I don't know what's going on with StreamYard. StreamYard, I'm on the screen. StreamYard just takes me down off the screen. StreamYard, okay, StreamYard, fuck a duck, StreamYard. I don't give a fuck. Everybody in the chat, fuck StreamYard in the ass. Don't nobody ever fuck with StreamYard. Because, I mean, StreamYard is the most pussy-ass shit ever, man. We got a $1.99 super chat. It's about motherfucking time. Keep up the awesome content. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Fucking StreamYard. Thank you, StreamYard. Just take my face off the fucking screen, StreamYard. Hey, just freeze it up, StreamYard. Fucking piece of shit. Fuck StreamYard, man. Fuck StreamYard, bro. Fuck StreamYard, bro. Straight up, fuck StreamYard. Hit the super chat, y'all. Hit the super chat. Motherfucking StreamYard ain't shit, bro. Hit the super chat. Let's get into it, man. Let's get into it. We got ice clashes. We got ice clashes. Hit the super chat. See a super chat, send the super chat. Thank you to USA Savage. We're going to get into, so yesterday I talked about ICE in Newark, New Jersey, and it looks like they're still going down with the clashes with ICE in Newark, New Jersey. Clashes erupt at Newark ICE facility over detainee strike. Roughly 300 detainees at the GEO Group run Delaney Hall began a hunger and labor strike last Friday, protesting spoiled food with worms, overcrowding, cold showers, poor medical care, and extreme heat. They demanded releases for vulnerable people. Get the fuck out of here. Can you believe this? They want releases. They want releases. You ain't getting no damn release. You sound like a typical, and you can't say that word because I blocked it. But guess who else is getting blocked? You. Scoo. Hit the super chat. Scoo. Hit the super chat. Double tap, hit the like button. Didn't Australia genocide the indigenous people, right? But stop being intelligent. You know trolls don't like when you be. This is why I got so much hate. Trolls don't like when you be intelligent, bro. Trolls don't like when you be intelligent, bro. Don't do that. The troll will get upset, bro. They don't like when you be intelligent, bro. They just want to be able to say they stupid shit and think everybody gonna believe them. He came and said Australia don't have black and white issues. I deleted that motherfucker so fast. Do y'all remember the blackface? Remember that Australian dude who was doing the blackface? Man, there's so much racism in Australia, man. It's so much white people bleach their face in Australia. We don't even be bleaching over here. I know Streamlab. So Streamlab, I need a producer. I don't, Streamlab OBS would be so much better, but I don't know how to use it, man. And I'm an old guy. The learning curve is a bitch. I have Streamlab OBS. The learning curve is a bitch. You need help. And I noticed a lot of content creators who got Streamlab, they got help from other people who not as popular, but they may not be popular on YouTube, but they know how to use OBS, and they help them create their OBS platform. So if anybody want to help me with Streamlab and help me create my OBS platform, man, I would love it, man. I talked about creating a Discord, you know, but the reason I've stayed away from Discord is because with all of these life attempts on the president, all of these guys have Discord and Signal group chats. So I don't really want to start a Discord because I think that's like a setup for a RICO. I don't want to be in the Discord. You know what I'm saying? And people have these offline messages and they always seem to lead to some nefarious. So I stayed away from Discord, but yeah, man, anybody want to help me set up anybody want to help me set up my OBS and StreamYard? Yeah, I've stayed away from Discord, man. After, you know, I do a lot of reading and I do a lot of research on my channel. And I told you guys earlier about the profile of the shooters, right? Donald Trump, there's been 6 attempts on his life. And so when you do a channel like this and you're always reading, you find out in these things that are consistencies across board. And one of them is these back channel group chats. So I'm not with the signal. I'm not with the discord. And I believe they're purposely created to be nefarious. And it's not a surprise to me when someone is one of these criminals and then we can go and they have a discord or they have a signal and they've said things, precursors leading up to the violence. All of these guys on the liberal left, they've said things. The ICE shooter, the Charlie Kirk shooter, the Donald Trump shooter, all of them have said negative things and left precursors in their signal discord group chats. Straight up. But I would love someone to help me with my Streamlab OBS, because if you haven't noticed, yeah, man, this shit is not going well with the current provider. But let's get into the clashes erupt at the Newark ICE facility over a detainee strike. Roughly 300 detainees at the GO Group-run Delaney Hall began a hunger strike and a labor strike last Friday, protesting spoiled food with worms, overcrowding, cold showers, poor medical care, and extreme heat. They demand releases for vulnerable people and faster immigration proceedings. But DHS Secretary Mark Wayne Mullen called it a political stunt. I agree, with no real issues. Tensions exploded Tuesday as demonstrators formed barricades and clashed with ICE agents using pepper balls and batons. I showed you that yesterday, leading to arrests. New Jersey Democrats like Senator Kim and Governor Mike Sherrill called for facilities closure amid the chaos. Let's get into it. So we still got ICE violence on the left. We still got ICE violence on the left. We still got ICE violence on the left. Here it is. I have a court order here that allows me to come in. I will go in because the Constitution protects me. Congressman Aldona Espala says the morning outside the Delaney Hall detention facility, Newark. So I said, I guess he had a court order to go in and inspect the facility and see if the claims were true or not. Let's go to Newark, New Jersey, ICE facility. We have, what do they call it? They won't eat, they won't work. But they're going to go back to Mexico. I'll tell you that.
I have a court order here that allows me to come in. I won't go in because the Constitution protects me.
Let her in.
All right. Oh, I got the last one. Yeah. You know what?
Anti-ICE protest, Newark, New Jersey. Just getting some details. Anti-ICE, I just wanted to let you know we still got this. We still got this anti-ICE rhetoric going on in America. They have shifted their efforts to a Newark, New Jersey ICE facility, and they want people released. Double tap at the like button. I'm coming to you live from Newark, New Jersey, anti-ICE protest.
What's your message to the New Jersey leaders pushing back against ICE operations at Delaney Hall? And
About ICE?
Yes.
Or about NICE, as I call it, NICE. The NICE facility. I'd love to change the name, call it NICE. They do a great job. and it's all paid for protesters. You know, you can see by the signs. The signs are all made by the same beautiful factory. It's a printing plant. In fact, I'm thinking about using it. They do such a nice job. These aren't protesters. These people are fake.
Shit, I said that Trump been watching my show, y'all. Trump been watching my show going back to, remember when I said Alex Pretty? Remember when we talked about Renee Good? Remember when I broke down the No Kings protest and I said the printing? I said in high school, when I was a kid, they used to have like auto shop. And they used to have, I took graphic arts and design in school. I know how to run a printing press. I know how to print a t-shirt. I know how to create a poster. I know how to print business cards. I know how to run a printing press. I know how to do it electronically, digitally on the CAD, and I know how to do it in the old school printing a plate. So I said the same thing that Trump just said. When I saw the protests, I said, do you guys know how long it takes to print out these protest signs? They had pictures of Alex Pretty. He wasn't even there an hour. I said, who printed this out? Is this a psyop? Because how do you have him on the poster so quick? And I know how difficult it is, not just to print it. And multiple color printing is expensive, but to get it lined up where it doesn't look like it was done in someone's garage. If you see these posters, they're professionally printed, like Trump just said. And then anybody ever bought t-shirts for a family reunion? What you learn when you buy t-shirts for a family reunion, you learn about what I'm talking about, how much it costs, how much time. And if you go colored, if you go multiple colors, and I learned about 4-color printing. At the time, it was the most expensive was a 4-color print. I had to print out 4 screens to do a t-shirt with 4 colors. It's not like that anymore, but it was more expensive to do a 4-color print job. Anybody familiar with buying t-shirts for a family reunion? Thank you, Donald Trump. Man, this is so powerful.
What's your message to the New Jersey leaders pushing back against ICE operations at Delaney Hall? And
About ICE?
Yes.
Or about NICE, as I call it, NICE. The NICE facility. I'd love to change the name, call it NICE. They do a great job, and it's all paid for protesters. You know, you can see by the signs. The signs are all made by the same beautiful factory. It's a printing plant. In fact, I'm thinking about using it. They do such a nice job. These aren't protesters. These people are fake. They're all paid for. And I will tell you, Tom Homan and that whole group, and now Mark Wayne is so incredible. Mark Wayne, do you want to just respond to that? Sure. We run the finest facilities anywhere in the world of their type, but we have some horrible killers. We have killers. We have guys that have murdered numerous people in there, and these are the people they're trying to protect. There's nobody that runs a facility like we do.
What's your message to the New Jersey leaders pushing back against ICE operations at Delaney Hall?
About ICE? Yes. Or about NICE?
No, I love you. Ooh, I gotta make my chest. Oh shit, okay, I'm gonna stop. Oh fuck, you're a goddamn. You know I'm an old fat man. You can't be doing that shit, Noah. I'm an old fat man. You can't be doing that shit, Noah. They drew Alex Pretty's face. They drew Renee Good. Oh man, I fucking love you guys. That is fucking hilarious. These signs, man, the liberal bro. I want to laugh, but it's gonna hurt. Oh my God, I can't laugh. It's gonna hurt. I love you, Noah. Noah, bro, you just made me so. Deep breath. Ooh, stay professional. Stay professional. That was so funny. Oh God, I needed that. That was comedic relief, bro. That was comedic relief. I mean, we've been seeing No Kings. Do you know the No Kings rallies? The No Kings rallies were like rock star. He said we'll be laughing in November. You can't be serious, Noah. 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 You just see the elections, man. Trump has 37 victories, man. Jasmine Crockett's gone. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. I mean, look at the excitement on the right. MAGA is out voting. The Democrats are getting high and dyeing their hair purple, bro. They not voting, bro. This is the fucked up part about being a liberal, right? Y'all out getting high, dyeing your hair and protesting, but you don't show up to the polls. You don't show up to the polls. They don't think it's important. And then when they don't get the person they want in office, they want to burn shit. They don't get the person they want in office, they want to burn shit. So No Kings rally has a setup. The No Kings rally has a setup like a concert. Did y'all know that? Did y'all know how much money goes into a No Kings protest? Do y'all know how much money goes into a No
Smoking rubber bullets. Well, by the dawn's early light, citizens stood for justice, their voices ringing through the night. And there were bloody foot.
You see that speaker? You see that sound stage? What I would like you guys to point out is that this is $1 million organization. This soundstage alone is $100,000. Paying Bruce Springsteen is another $100,000. But it's more than the equipment that costs a lot of money. Who knows about concerts? Who knows about music? It's the people. When you have a setup like this, there are hundreds of laborers, hundreds, not 5 or 10 people set up the stage and set up this venue. I'm talking about almost 1,000 employees. Hundreds of people are behind a rock concert to build the stage, to get the sound, to get the lighting. It's not just one crew. The sound crew is different than the lighting crew. The people who build the stage crew is different from the sound crew, from the lighting crew. People go to school to be engineers, to do sound for concerts. So I'm not talking about from a layman's perspective. I'm talking about from a professional engineers. Sound engineers are doing the sound at a No Kings rally. It's supposed to be organic protest. You have engineers, you have logistics, people doing the stage, management. This is not just a protest. That's all I wanted to say. This is not just a protest.
Prince.
It's propaganda.
Where mercy should have stood.
It's propaganda.
2 dead left to die on snow-filled streets. Alex Pretty and Renee. Oh, many.
Alex Pretty showed up with a gun and multiple and more bullets. Alex Pretty responded to a help me Rhonda, help. I can say too, Bruce Spring, help me Rhonda, help me Rhonda. Alex, this is why I said I don't want to do Discord. Alex Pretty responded to a Discord message that said, come quick, come to Glam Donuts. ICE agents are trying to set up. ICE agents were there to arrest someone who was guilty of domestic violence at Glam Donuts. There was a back channel group chat on Discord of anti-ICE protesters called Minnesota Ice Watch, which Alex Pretty was a member of. He showed up with a gun. Number one, he shouldn't have been in that back chat. He shouldn't have been out there protesting, but Alex Pretty responded to a message for help. And he showed up with a gun. And when he got there, he got into a physical altercation with federal officers. You know, when the Democrats call them ICE, it's for the dummies, right? They're not ICE. They're not even police. They're federal officers. How many people know that? They purposely call them ICE. They're not ICE. They're not even police. They are empowered from the Constitution. They are federal officers. So Alex Pretty gets into an altercation with a federal officer, not a police officer, not a municipality, but a fucking federal officer empowered by the Constitution. And you think you have a right to stop them. And Alex Pretty was unalived. Renee Good was following training of the anti-ICE Minnesota Ice Watch. And Renee Good was given that location by Minnesota Ice Watch. And Renee Good was told to block the street. And Renee Good ran over a federal officer. And now she's unalived. And now we have Bruce Springsteen at a rock concert getting paid. Bruce Springsteen did not do this for free. Bruce Springsteen did not do this for free.
Yeah, please, I hear your voice singing through the bloody mist. We'll take our stand for this land and the stranger in our midst. Here at home, they killed and roamed in the winter of 26. Who remember the names of those who died on the streets of Minneapolis?
That's some bullshit if I ever heard it. That's some bullshit if I ever heard it. The rock concert that's called the rock concert that they call a No Kings protest. Don't look like a No Kings protest to me. It look like paid. Like Trump said, these are paid.
Brought death and terror to the streets of Minneapolis. Well, they picked the wrong city. The power and the solidarity of the people of Minneapolis, of Minnesota, was an inspiration to the entire country. Your strength and your commitment told us that this is
bullshit. Bullshit. All bullshit. Bullshit, 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 bullshit. All bullshit. Straight up. No Kings my ass. No Kings my ass. I'll tell you, boy. And we're showing this because we still got ICE issues in Newark, New Jersey.
What's your message to the New Jersey leaders pushing back against ICE operations at Delaney Hall?
about ICE.
Yes.
Or about NICE, as I call it, NICE, the NICE facility. I'd love to change the name, call it NICE. They do a great job, and it's all paid for protesters. You can see by the signs. The signs are all made by the same beautiful factory. It's a printing plant. In fact, I'm thinking about using it. They do such a nice job. These aren't protesters. These people are fake. They're all paid for. And I will tell you, Tom Holman and that whole group, and now Mark Wayne is so incredible. Mark Wayne, do you want to just respond to that? Sure. We run the finest facilities anywhere in the world of their type. But we have some horrible killers. We have killers. We have guys that have murdered numerous people in there. And these are the people they're trying to protect. There's nobody that runs a facility like we do.
What's your message to the New Jersey leaders pushing back against ICE operations at Delaney Hall?
About ICE?
Yes.
Or about NICE, as I call it, NICE, the NICE facility.
So we got some issues still going on with ICE. We got some protests. We had some pepper spray, people not eating, and I'm giving you details. ICE facility violence, ICE protests in Newark, New Jersey. And Donald Trump has just responded to what's going on in Newark, New Jersey, and the protests and the food strikes. Double tap at the like button. Newark, New Jersey, ICE out protests.
They work here. That's racist.
That's so racist. That is so racist. That tells you a lot about the liberal. So what we're watching is the Newark facility, ICE facility, and some brown people with brown skin come out. And the liberals cheer because they think that they are immigrants being released, but they are American employees. That tells you how sick the TDS is and how sick the liberal mind works. This is not even funny, bro.
They work here. That's racist. They just assume. Yeah, they just assume that they got racist. Not every racist. They work here.
This is what it means to be a Democrat liberal. You judge everything. How many times have I said that? How many times have I said the Democrats want you to look at everyone and everybody through racial lenses? They saw these two employees and they only saw their race. A lot of times I'm in my chat and people come and they see my face and they get upset because they see black skin and they think, they get confused. They say, black skin, he's supposed to be a Democrat. They saw brown people coming out of the ICE facility and assumed that they were not citizens or not even employees. They didn't even ask. They could have just said, hey, sir, how you doing? Do you work here? They didn't even ask. They just assumed. That says a lot about the Democrat liberal ideology and how they see me and how they see you. I know it because I deal with it every day. Every day in my chat room, a Democratic liberal thinks it's okay to use racism because I don't agree with them. But then here it is in the video, Democratic liberals who are outside protesting ICE make a mistake and applaud employees because they assume simply because their skin color, they were migrants. They're sick. That's sick. That is sick. That is sick. That is sick. They clapped for people going home from work. So because I'm Mexican, how are you different than the people you say? How are you different than you claim the people Trump? How are you different? You claim Trump is a racist. How are you different?
They work here. That's racist. They just assume. Yeah, they just assume that they got racist. Very racist.
Don't just assume. Did you hear that at the end? Don't just assume they got released. That's very racist.
Yeah, they just assume that they got released. Very racist.
Did you hear him? Don't just assume. Don't just assume they got released. That's very racist.
That's racist. They just assume. Yeah, they just assume that they got released. Very racist.
Don't just assume that they got released. That's very racist. Now look at these two guys. They happen to be Hispanic, of Latino descent with brown skin. They're going home from work at the ICE facility.
They work here. They work here.
And one of them said, I voted for Trump.
They work here. That's racist. They just assume. Yeah, they just assume that they got released.
That's racist. They just assume. That's your liberals. That's your liberals. That's your liberals. That's your Democratic Party. And that's what's happening every day in America. Liberals assume that they're helping. They think they know what they're talking about in Iran. You know what I say a lot? Who do they want to benefit in Iran? They want women to go back to be persecuted in Iran. They want gays to be beaten in Iran. I wonder a lot about their lack of intelligence and a lack of understanding and their ideological beliefs that are put before human lives. I'm saying it again, the Democrat liberals put their ideological beliefs before human life. I'm coming to you live from Newark, New Jersey, anti-ICE protests. Donald Trump just had the answer to it. It's gone viral. It's nationwide. Anti-ICE protests break out in violence in Newark, New Jersey, to where the President Trump had to speak to it, right? The anti-ICE violence in New Jersey has gotten so bad, President Trump had to speak to it, so I'm giving you the details.
So you can see it there in your screen. This is what's been going on for days. Anti-ICE protesters blocking a car from leaving the Delaney Hall ICE facility, wearing masks. They've got head wraps on. They even have an Antifa flag to throw that in, facing off with federal agents, demanding that that facility close down because they say the migrants inside are on a hunger strike over poor conditions. But DHS says that's not the case. They say the illegal migrants are eating 3 meals a day, have clean water and medical care. They shared these photos, Dana, of illegal migrant criminals recently arrested in the Garden State. This is just to name a few. They are charged with very serious crimes.
These are the individuals that these radical left Democrats want us to release back on the streets.
So you can see it there in your screen. This is what's been going on for days. Anti-ICE protesters blocking a car from leaving the Delaney Hall ICE facility, wearing masks. They've got head wraps on. They even have an Antifa flag to throw that in, facing off with federal agents, demanding that that facility close down because they say the migrants inside are on a hunger strike over poor conditions. But DHS says that's not the case. They say the illegal migrants are eating 3 meals a day, have clean water and medical care. They shared these photos, Dana, of illegal migrant.
So these are the people they won't release. Remember, we read it. They won't release. Homicide, SA on a child, homicide. So we got 2 people incarcerated for homicide, and the rest of the people are SA on children and women. Those are the people they won't release. Where are we gonna release them? In America? I don't want to release in America. Let's release their ass back to Mexico, Venezuela, where the fuck they came from. They're not getting released in America. Homicide, go back to Ecuador, go back to Venezuela, go back to South America. Homicide, SA on children. You want this motherfucker released in America? SA on children. Sorry.
Criminals recently arrested in the Garden State. This is just to name a few. They are charged with
recently arrested in the Garden State. So once again, just like the Angel families, this is not the first time they've been arrested, everybody. Are you catching that? These individuals, we finally got them. That's what this is. We finally got them. Murderers, SA, abusers. We finally get them after Biden has released them. Most of the time when you hear about these people, Biden had released them twice. Biden had released them twice, and then they kill an American. That's typically the story, right? Biden had released them in 2021 and 2022, and the next thing you know, a little white girl is gone. Right? Ain't that the story? We ain't letting nobody go unless they're going back to Ecuador. Kiss my ass.
very serious crimes.
These are the individuals that these radical left Democrats want us to release back on the streets.
They want us to release back on the streets? Nah, buddy. Coming to you live from Newark, New Jersey, ICE facility. ICE agents out here in New York doing their job. ICE, baby. Too cold. It's like ice, baby. Just go back home. Ice, baby. Too cold. It's like ice, baby. Just go back home. That's it.
Yeah. Oh, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do?
You see her smiling, she think it's a game. Put that bitch, don't say my thoughts. Cut that bitch up. Did y'all see that? Put a 1 in the chat that this bitch should be arrested and under a boot. Put a 1 in the chat and she should have been arrested and put under a boot. Oh my God.
That's it. Yeah. Oh, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Let me see. Where's the medicine? You will not touch these children.
Batons down.
Whole bunch of kids.
Watch your children.
Shame on you.
And a white liberal woman. Is it children? You brought the children there. Arrest that bitch and send them kids to juvenile detention. Arrest that white bitch and put her child endangerment and send them kids to juvenile. Did you see this white liberal? That's the children. These are children. You brought them there. Everybody going to jail. Somebody need their ass. Somebody call the police. Somebody come look at this. Somebody come look at this. Somebody call the police.
Let me see. Where's the medicine? You will not touch these children.
Batons down.
Whole bunch of kids.
Who brought the kids there? Somebody come look at this. Who brought the kids there? Who brought the kids? The kids should not be at an ICE protest. Somebody go to the police.
Children! Watch your children! Shame on you!
Step back! Back up! Back up, fascist! Back up! Back up!
And we should
You're
be
not-
ashamed.
Back up! You're not.
How does it feel?
Back up!
How does it feel? Peace be with you! How does it feel? How does it feel? Oh, with the little white man. Best lawyers!
So this is look like students and a teacher. Bro, I don't know, bro. This is so, what is happening in our country? And what's up with these old liberals? I went on a rant today about liberal whites. Can somebody, could anybody who's here, when I went on my rant about liberal whites, do you want to defend them now? Anybody want to defend the liberal white left? Here's a chance. Come on. They said I was crashing out. They put children's lives in danger, bro. They put children's lives in danger, bro. This liberal white woman brought children. These are federal agents. There's murderers incarcerated, bro. People want to kill ICE agents. There's so many reasons why kids shouldn't be there. There's so many reasons why kids shouldn't be there. These liberal whites are becoming more violent every day. And if we don't face the facts, they're going to hurt somebody, bro.
It's to give peace a chance. All we are saying. Our streets. We want justice. We want peace. We want rights off of our streets. We want justice. We want peace. We want rights off of our streets. We want justice. We want peace. We want rights off of our streets. We want justice. We want peace. We want you guys out of our streets. We want peace. We want peace. We want ice off our streets. We want justice. We want peace. We want ice off our streets. We want justice. We want peace. We want ice off our streets. We want justice. We want peace. We want ice off our streets. We want justice. We want peace. We want ice off our streets. We want justice. We want peace. We want ice off our streets. We want justice. We want peace. We want ice off our streets. We want peace. We want ice off our streets. We want justice. We want peace. We want ice off our streets. We want justice. We want peace. We want ice off our streets.
Another thing too, these kids be the kids that be on medication. Something about this girl tells me that she may be on medication. She just not a regular teenager. She look like she dealing with some mental health issues, and she may be out here off medication.
We want justice. We want peace. We want ice off our streets. We want justice.
I'm confused too. I don't know what they want. I don't know. I'm confused. They want illegals. I don't know what they want. I just played a report. The people that they got incarcerated are murderers. I don't know what they want. I don't know what they want. Listen, look at who they got. They got murderers. They got people who abuse kids, and then you bring kids there. These people are arrested, incarcerated for abusing children, and you bring children to advocate on their behalf. These liberals are sick, bro. There's something sick and perverted going on in our country.
So you can see it there in your screen. This is what's been going on for days. Anti-ICE protesters blocking a car from leaving the Delaney Hall ICE facility, wearing masks. They've got head wraps on. They even have an Antifa flag to throw that in, facing off with federal agents, demanding that that facility close down because they say the migrants inside are on a hunger strike over poor conditions. But DHS says that's not the case. They say the illegal migrants are eating 3 meals a day, have clean water and medical care. They shared these photos, Dana, of illegal migrant criminals recently arrested in the Garden State. This is just to name a few. They are charged with very serious crimes.
These are the individuals that these.
They are charged with
murder, SA on children, SA on women, homicide, SA, homicide. And then you bring children. Think about how perverted this is. The people incarcerated in that facility have committed murder, homicide, and SA on children. And the white liberal logic is to bring children to advocate for them. This is the white liberal logic. The white liberal logic is to bring children to advocate for murderers who murder and sexually SA children. No one else would do this.
That's it. Yeah. Oh, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do?
So when we first watched this, we said, well, why didn't they arrest it? This is a child. This is a child from a classroom brought there by white liberal adults. Look. See her smile? This is why I say medication, mental health. That everybody, I'm going to slow it down. Let's slow it down. And I want you to see her smiling like this is a game. We are housing murderers. They're housing murderers, and they are trying to protect the American citizens. Shout out to the chat. Who the chat member said, I don't know what they want. I don't know what they want either. This is a child who has been brought there. This is a child. Look at the child. You see that smile? They're having a game. This is a child who was brought there by these adults. Because the first thing when you see this, you say this person should be arrested, right? Why is it ICE arresting? Because it's a child. So they're trying to get the kids to stay. Now, I said, look at the smile. Look at the smile. And that's why I said mental health. Look, you see the smile? Did you see the smile? Now, here's the teacher. This is the teacher. She has on this purple thing identifying who she is as a teacher and the children's guardian. This white liberal woman is the guardian, the person who's brought these children to a federal facility that is housing murderers and SAs and people who have sexually offended children. This white liberal woman brought these children here. I can't make it up.
Let me see. Where's the mental? You will not touch these children.
You will not touch my children. You will not take these children. These are my children. So the officers are standing down. But this is what's going on in Newark. This is the tactics of the Democratic liberal. They brought children to physically assault the federal officers. So the federal officers can't do anything, can't arrest, can't retaliate. This is your liberal Democratic Party.
Arms down. Hold on to kids. Watch your children in this country. Shame on you. Step back. Fascist.
See the other adult? You see the other adult fascist? This is why this is why my chat room looks and sounds the way it sounds, because these old liberal hippies are programming our youth.
And we should be ashamed. You're not. How does it feel? How does it feel?
Federal employee. This is a grown man calling the federal employee a Nazi. And I just played to you the video where inside the Newark facility, we have people who are guilty of homicide and SA against children. And the white liberal brings children to advocate for people who hurt children. You can't make this up.
How does it feel? Oh, with the little white man. Best warriors. Our plan is to give peace a chance. All we know.
You see this shit? You see this shit? It's a joke to them. It's a joke to them. It's a joke to them. And then she breaks out into give peace a chance. Who would bring children there? They need to be prosecuted. Who would bring children to an ICE protest? Who would bring children to an ICE protest? And where are their parents?
Also saw two young students who came here just to sort of get information, and they said they think that they were doing a university thesis. Well, they got beat up and the ICE had to try and protect them, but they ended up being chased down the street by the protesters. Now, DHS Secretary Mark Wayne Mullen has said on X about the arrests that ICE law enforcement officers were assaulted by an anti-ICE rioter who sprayed law enforcement with an unknown chemical substance. Assaulting and obstructing ICE law enforcement is a crime and a felony, and anyone who assaults law enforcement will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. Now, as I mentioned throughout the day, the crowd does ebb and flow. We've seen protesters range from a few dozen to more than 100 at any time. Also saw two young students who came here just to sort of get information, and they said they think that they would.
Sounds like they F-A-F-O. They fuck around and found out. It sounds like they fuck around and found out. Two young students got their ass beat fucking with them ICE agents. Oh, shit, then they gonna cry. Well, we was just doing research for a paper. Yeah, research this ass whooping. Boop, 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 bop, bip.
They say that they're that it's because they're on a hunger strike when there was only a handful of individuals that was refusing to eat because they want their ethnic group or their ethnic right food. Well, they can go back to their country and get whatever food they want. The fact is, we're giving them the calories they want. This isn't Holiday Inn. We're giving them sanitation. But for the Democrats and the governor, like Governor Sherrill and Senator Kim and Senator Booker, to go out and do something like this of all the days is very frustrating. They say that that it's because they're on a hunger strike when there was only a handful of individuals that was refusing to eat because they want their ethnic group or their ethnic right food. Well, they can go back.
This is sending. That's Noam's replacement right there. Holman. How many people like Holman think he's doing a good job? I think he's doing a good job. And I agree. Let's get some more details. Live from Newark. Can someone help me understand how these leftists have infinite amounts of time on their hands to protest? I barely have time to go to the grocery store after work. Double tap hit the like button. Me and my wife was dealing with that the other day. Let's go. We at Newark, New Jersey, anti-ICE protest. May 26, 2026, anti-ICE protest.
Peace! Don't use your voice. Your bosses are telling you not to use your voice.
Fair enough, fair enough. I'm fully leaning on it. No.
Come on, protector. White people You want an easy job?
Fucking Nazi piece of shit! Fucking Nazi piece of shit!
You took my neighbor! You took my neighbor! Go do the jobs they do on the camps! Go in the farms! You took my neighbors! You took my neighbors! How would you like if they took your wife? And you can't even look at the goddamn wife! How would
I can't do it. I can't listen to white people. I can't do it to white people shouting out their messages. Then you see it's one Latino bitch, and it's all white people and trying to say they don't know how to pronounce the shit. I ain't gonna do it. What is y'all doing? Look at the bitch. It's not the one Latino bitch. And what did we talk about? Yes, we talked about that over the weekend. There was another death of a CDLs. And the driver was from the Middle East. The driver wasn't from Mexico. So this is all propaganda. Whenever you see a protest and they're talking about Latinos and Mexicans, what we're doing with ICE and with Trump, it has less to do with South America and Mexican immigrants and more to do with the people who are getting the CDLs, Hezbollah 910, and protecting America away from Somalian billion-dollar fraud, right? I don't see ICE ain't going after Mexican Americans. That's not what's happening. They're not going after Mexican Americans, but we do have a problem with people who came across our American border under Biden from Yemen, from the Middle East, who have attained CDLs from places like Minnesota that says licenses for all, right? Places like California that give licenses for all. And then that results in now I've reported on 3 different accidents from people from the Middle East who came across in 2022 under Biden and then received licenses in California. Isn't it ironic? All 3 of these crashes resulted in American loss of life. Americans lost their life at the hands of individuals who were not citizens because California gave out CDLs. Now, when I say CDLs, I don't mean driver's licenses. No. Me and you have a regular driver's license. A CDL is a commercial driver's license. It costs a lot of money and a lot of training. You're supposed to have a higher proficiency. Speaking English and reading a stop sign is the bare minimum for me and you to get a driver's license. But to gather a CDL, to garner a CDL, it's a much higher threshold. Somehow, Gavin Newsom has seen it fit to just give out CDLs like candy to people who are not American citizens. And it costs American people lives. So I agree with y'all when y'all say, I don't know what's going on at the ICE facility. I don't know what's going on at the ICE facility either. To me, it's all propaganda because it's not about, and it's never been about the Latino American. That's not what this ICE thing is about. It's about protecting the country. And and it's sad that I can give so many examples. It's sad that I can give so many examples of Americans who lost their life at people who came across here at the Biden open border who were not Latin. And America needs to get hip to Hezbollah 9109. Hezbollah 901 is a 901 or 910 is the domestic branch of the Iranian proxy who are already here in America in satellites and cells ready to do damage. But this guy right here got to go. We've been talking about Massey. We talked about Ken Paxton. We talked about the 37 RINOs. We talked about a MAGA world, a MAGA republic, a MAGA Trump. Thune is in the way, man. You know why I don't like Thune? Because I'm a black conservative. Let me bring my face up. You know why I don't like Thune? I don't like Thune because I'm a black conservative, and I don't like how the Democrats. And if you're a Republican, you know, I'm feeling like fuck you if you allow the Democrats to use blacks to stop the SAVE Act, because that's racist. It's lazy. It's racist and it's lazy to use blacks and to use women and to say and to infantilize black Americans and say black Americans don't know how to get an ID. Or black Americans don't know where their birth certificate is. Or women, to infantilize women and say women don't know how to get a proper ID. Women after divorce lose the faculties, lose the agency to get a birth certificate. You know what I always say? I say my mother was married 5 times. My late mother, rest in peace. I love her and miss her very much. I make a joke about it. I say that bitch was married 5 times and had 5 different names and 5 different credit cards and all names, and they was all legal. You know, like Shawnee O'Neal. Well, that was my mama. Mama had 5 names, 5 credit cards, and they was all legal because she got remarried and she kept the name every time, just like Shawnee O'Neal. She legally kept her married name and went back to her maiden name multiple times. So she had multiple credit cards, multiple entities and identities, just like a lot of married women. I don't know why you would infantilize married women. Of all the women Of all the women, divorcees ain't the bitches that I would infantilize and say are crippled. Not no divorce bitch. Not no bitch that been married and divorced multiple. That's a savvy bitch. That is a savvy bitch. And she ain't broke. She been married multiple times. You gonna underestimate a divorce? I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it, but the Democrats and people like Thune are allowing Democrats to infantilize women, infantilize Black Americans, and block the SAVE Act under a faulty racist logic that somehow Blacks don't know how to get an ID and divorced women are crippled by broken-hearted, jilted love. Ain't that some shit? Ain't that the most sexist shit? It's not just sexist, but I thought you motherfuckers didn't know what a woman was. I thought you motherfuckers didn't know what a woman was. You refuse to define a woman, but when it comes to the SAVE Act, it's poor woman. Ain't that about a bitch? Oh, women, poor women. But when we ask you motherfuckers under oath, can you define a woman? Huh? You refuse or you get dumb and deaf and blind. You can't define a woman. But for the SAVE Act, ain't that some shit I get so pissed off at the Democrats and the liberals. You can't define a woman, but for the SAVE Act, oh, I know what a woman is now. Man, fuck you. Now you know what a woman is? I know what a woman is. It's you. I know what a woman is. It's you. Thune, Schumer, Jeffries. I know what a woman is. It's these cuckold ass motherfuckers. I know what a woman is now. Can't define a woman. And it's then when it's time to pass voter ID and make American elections more trustworthy to all Americans. Oh, women, we can't do that. We can't do that. Women have a heart. Women after divorce. Women, we can't do that. Black people is dumb, deaf, and crippled. Blacks, woe is me. Oh, whoa, sweet chariot. I don't know how to get an ID. Swing low, sweet chariot. I don't know how to get an ID. Woe is me. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Little old blackie, swing down, sweet chariot. Whoa, little blackie can't get an ID. Swing down, sweet chariot. That little blackie can't get an ID. Ain't that some shit? Ain't that some shit?
Given that you've spent months trying to encourage, persuade the president to endorse John Cornyn in the Texas primary, and given that the NRSC has invested heavily to help Cornyn win that primary, how personally disappointed or frustrated are you with the president's decision to endorse Ken Paxton today?
Well, I think you all know my position on this issue. I've made it very clear for months now. And Senator Cornyn is a principled conservative. He is a very effective senator for the state of Texas. And but none of us control what the president does. He made his decision about that. That doesn't change the way I feel. I am certainly supportive of, will continue to be supportive of Senator Cornyn in his reelection.
How much harder has he made it to keep the majority? How much harder has the president's decision here made it for you? The number one job to keep the Republican majority, given your concerns about Ken Paxton's viability as a candidate.
We look at lots of races around the country, and the majority runs through a lot of different states. We have 24 seats up this time. The Democrats have only 9, so we've got a lot more ground to defend. We also have a couple of offensive opportunities. So, one state doesn't determine the outcome of this election, but obviously we care about every state, and we care about helping see our incumbents succeed. That being said, I feel very good about where we are. As I've said before, I think when it comes to winning elections, it starts with quality candidates. Then you got to have a record of accomplishment to run on. You've got to have resources to get that message out, tell that story to the American people. And then you've got to have a really substantial effort to get out the vote, a ground game. And I feel confident in all those elements in all the key states where we're going to have competitive elections this year. And I'm very confident we'll hang on and maybe even expand the majority of the United States Senate, which is counter, I know, to the, sort of the narrative these days. But the truth of the matter is we've got the right candidates in the right places at the right time and with the right resources. We're going to win some races.
What y'all think? I think Thune got to go. I think Thune got to go. This is for the chat. What's up with my chat? I love you, chat. This is for my chat. There we go.
Harder for them. What do you have to say to those claims? Is there any validity to them, and where do you think they're getting this from?
There is zero validity to these claims, and I'm glad that you brought them up because you have the Democrats who have created this myth, and it has been perpetuated, unfortunately, by many in the mainstream media. Let me be very clear. The Save America Act does not prohibit anyone from voting with the exception of illegal aliens. And the greatest way to disenfranchise American citizens from voting in American elections is to allow illegal aliens to vote, which is what Democrats want to do. We see it taking place in Democrat jurisdictions at the state and local level across this country. So the Save America Act corrects that. And as far as married women who have changed their name, if they're already registered to vote, they're entirely unaffected by the SAVE Act. And for the small fraction of individuals who have changed their name or their address, they can still register to vote. Of course, they just have to go through their state processes to update that documentation. And this is something that the American people, married women and minorities and people all across this country who Democrats are insultingly saying cannot do this, they're already doing it every day, going to the Social Security office, going to the DMV. And I think it's frankly insulting that the Democrats are saying that there's certain groups of people in this country who aren't smart enough to update their documentation to allow them to vote. Again, this is a huge myth, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to address it.
My first question is actually about the Save America Act. So one of the biggest things that the Democrats are saying, the claims that they're making, is that the Save America Act, it would prevent married women from voting in elections or make it harder for them. What do you have to say to those claims? Is there any validity to them?
I'm not making this up, you guys. I'm not making this up, you guys. I'm just reporting to it. I want you to react to it. I'm not making this up, you guys. The Democrats are saying that women are the reason why they can't pass the SAVE Act, even though they can't define a woman. Democrats are saying women are the reason why they can't pass the SAVE Act, even though they can't define a woman.
And where do you think they're getting this from?
There is zero validity to these claims, and I'm glad that you brought them up because you have the Democrats who have created this myth, and it has been perpetuated, unfortunately, by many in the mainstream media. Let me be very clear. The Save America Act does not prohibit anyone from voting with the exception of illegal aliens. And the greatest way to disenfranchise American citizens from voting in American elections is to allow illegal aliens to vote, which is what Democrats want to do. We see it taking place in Democrat jurisdictions at the state and local level across this country. So the Save America Act corrects that. And as far as married women who have changed their name, if they're already registered to vote, they're entirely unaffected by the SAVE Act. And for the small fraction of individuals who have changed their name or their address, they can still register to vote. Of course, they just have to go through their state processes to update that documentation. And this is something that the American people, married women and minorities and people all across this country who Democrats are insultingly saying cannot do this, they're already doing it every day, going to the Social Security office, going to the DMV. And I think it's frankly insulting that the Democrats are saying that there's certain groups of people in this country who aren't smart enough to update their documentation to allow them to vote. Again,
Facts. I think it's insulting that the Democrats are suggesting that there are certain groups in America who cannot and don't know how to update their information so they can vote. I agree. Stop infantilizing women. Stop infantilizing Black American voters.
Sábados del 9 al 30 de mayo, no te pierdas el $8 million World of Art giveaway. Gana hasta $100,000 en efectivo.
The Save America Act now taking center stage in the national debate over election integrity.
President Donald Trump urging Republicans to pass the bill while a majority of Democrats are strongly opposed. The legislation would require citizens to provide documentary proof of U.S. citizenship when registering to vote. But on Capitol Hill, the Democratic Women's Caucus arguing it could disproportionately impact women.
More paperwork, more bureaucracy between women and the ballot box.
The bill requires...
How y'all feel about this? All the women, all the MAGA women, how do y'all feel about this? Look at how they feel about you. This is the liberal Democratic women.
Citizenship when registering to vote. But on Capitol Hill, the Democratic Women's Caucus arguing...
The Women's Caucus, led by this female group, are all in agreement that you women don't know how to get an ID. How do you guys feel about this? Let me know in the chat. How you feel about this?
It could disproportionately impact women.
More paperwork, more bureaucracy between women and the ballot box.
The bill requires those who register by mail to later show proof of citizenship in person, something Democrats say could burden caregivers and rural women.
Women could be forced to drive 5 hours round trip just to vote. Working women can't afford to take that time off of work. And by the way, who's going to care for the kids?
Lawmakers also point to the millions of women who have changed their names after marriage as a group that could face additional hurdles.
Under the SAVE Act, if your current name does not exactly fit and match the name on your birth certificate or citizenship papers, you could be blocked from registering to vote.
However, the bill does require states to create processes to resolve document discrepancies. Meanwhile, Republicans argue the legislation would strengthen confidence in elections, ensuring only U.S. citizens are voting.
It eliminates even the appearance of impropriety, even the appearance of fraud or controversy. Why would we be against that?
Now, if this bill advances through the House, it faces a tougher challenge in the Senate, needing 60 votes to pass. In Washington, I'm Stephen Gowen.
Oh, man. The SAVE Act. Should we pass the SAVE Act? Put a 1 in the chat. Are women the reason why we're not passing the SAVE Act? Put a 1 in the chat. Are women the reason why we're not passing the SAVE Act? Today, we talked about the Iran Accords. We talked about Iran. We talked about the Abraham Accords. Let's finish it with Iran. Let's finish it up with Iran. And I want to hear from you in the chat. What y'all think about today's show?
The president has exactly 2 choices. He can pay Iran to open the strait, or he can suffer the indignity of continuing this quagmire longer and longer. And because I listen to the Scott Jennings radio show religiously, I know that the White House has no intention of paying them to open up the strait. Senior administration officials told Scott Jennings exclusively, you should check it out, that they're only going to pay them at the end of the process, not at the beginning of the process. The Iranians, by the way, are not going to go for that. That means this deal that they've been bragging about, which usually they brag about right before the markets open. It's usually right before the markets open that there's a lot of good news, and then somehow the markets go up, and then over the course of a couple of days, we find out that it was all BS. It turns out that that's all BS, because what's going to happen is that they're not going to want to strike this horrible deal, according to Scott Jennings' top-level sources, and that means that the deal's not going to be struck, and the war's going to go on, quite sadly, actually. But the president has exactly 2 choices. He can pay Iran to open.
I'm okay with the war going on, and we're never paying Iran again. I don't know why the Democrats keep floating this, because they want Obama to look right, and they want the mistakes of the Obama administration to be made like Obama. No, we're not paying Iran shit. We're not paying Shia Muslim terrorists who believe in jihad, who believe in killing American, who believe in killing Kurdish women, who believe in raping and killing gay men. We're not paying Iran shit. We're not paying, and it's ignorant to say pay Iran. What you mean is to pay the IRGC, the Shia jihadist regime, the terrorists. That's like paying a fucking ransom. We're not paying a fucking ransom. Holy fucking shit. Stop lying to the American people. It's not all of Iran. You have Kurds. The UAE is on our side. Saudi is on our side. Saudi is bombing. The UAE is bombing. The Kurdish Irans are against the IRGC. Who the fuck do you mean pay? They They hate America. They hate America. We're not paying shit. Fuck Iran. Fuck the IRGC.
The president has exactly two choices. He can pay Iran to open the strait, or he can suffer the indignity of continuing this quagmire longer and longer. And because I
said earlier, how many people okay with the straits being closed? I'm okay with the straits being closed. That has brought back the American petrodollar. The straits being closed has made America the #1 source of energy and oil in the world. I'm okay with the straits being closed. Fuck the Straits of Hormuz. That's why we said no to NATO. And everyone is going to make a fucking deal. And Trump is making it evident with the Abraham Accords. We're going to keep the straits closed. And that is going to make the rest of the Arab countries, the Sunni Muslims, come to the table and make an agreement on the Abraham Accords. Because we don't give a fuck about the straits being closed. Hello? We don't give a fuck about the straits being closed. It has made the American petrodollar strong again. We don't give a fuck about the straits being closed. But the rest of the countries in the Middle East, the Europe and China, it behooves them to have the straits open. America is drill, baby, drill. America just took Venezuela. Fuck you. We're not paying shit. We're going to make a fucking deal, and we're going to make the rest of the world step up to the fucking plate. China, step the fuck up. UAE, Saudi, step the fuck up. Or America, who has the biggest army and the most nukes in the fucking globe, is going to keep the straits closed and say fuck everybody. And you're going to be forced to buy oil from us. I don't understand this delusion. Does anybody understand this delusion? Does anybody understand this delusion? No, the dollar was in decline, dum-dum. The dollar was in decline under Biden. But now, with the Straits of Hormuz closed, with U.S. taking Venezuela, with the largest oil and gold deposits globally, we've made billions of dollars in Venezuela, and the globe has to come to America to purchase oil. What are you talking about, dum-dum? The globe has to come to America to purchase oil. The American petrodollar is strong again. We had to do a swap line with the UAE. Do you know what that is? Are you just talking Rachel Maddow talking points? The UAE left OPEC. Saudi Arabia bombed Iran secretly. The UAE bombed Iran secretly. The UAE left OPEC and promises to create more barrels per million. Do you know what it means that the UAE left OPEC? Do you know what it means that the OPEC cartel is crashing? You don't. Do you know what it means when I tell you that Iran is starving and that the CIA has done an assessment that Iran can last about 3 more months? They have enough food to last about 3 more months. 2,000 tanker ships are stuck in the Gulf of Hormuz. Well, you know what's on those tankers? Food, dum-dum. Bandages, supplies, insulin, antibiotics, needles, tourniquets, sutures, dum-dum. Hospitals will shut down, just like in Cuba, dum-dum. They don't have flour. How much of their flour is made internally? No, they get their flour from Russia. Supply chains have been shut down. They don't have flour. But we blew up the flour plants. They can't mill wheat into flour. They get their wheat from Russia. They have 3 months by CIA assessments. The soldiers aren't being paid. Before February 28th, when we invaded Iran, they already had been 10,000 people in Tehran every day protesting because the government is down. The social contract has been broken. They have government-sanctioned bread. They have mega inflation, 400% inflation on bread. People are starving. Soldiers aren't getting paid. The soldiers' wives and children are in bread lines. But there are no more flour, and bakeries are closing. They have about 3 months, according to CIA assessments. So what the fuck are all these liberal Democrats who are supposed to be America's fucking talk about? We're not paying Iran shit. We're not paying Iran shit. Just like Cuba, Iran is going to wither on the fucking vine and die. Iran is going to wither on the fucking vine and die. You guys are out of your fucking mind. They don't have nuclear weapons. See, this is the same shit that they did with the Ukraine. They get all these people in their head. They get people gassed up. It's called gaslighting. Iran is not a nuclear power. Please sit down. You know how the young people say have several seats? Iran is not a nuclear power. Put it in the chat. Iran is not a nuclear power. Iran is not a nuclear power. Iran don't want no problems with America. Iran don't want no problems with America. Stop gaslighting. A nuclear power is not paying Iran. We are a nuclear power. We just made deals with China. Iran is going to kiss ass in front of everybody. Iran is going to kiss ass. People ask, why did Trump go to Iran now? So we could wait them out. If Trump would have invaded Iran after the 2026 elections, he wouldn't have had enough time to wait them out and starve them out. Because a Democrat would have came in and then pulled the whole and fucked the whole thing up. But Trump going now, only 14 months into a 48-month presidency, Iran, the true question is, how long? Because you guys forget, I'm old enough to remember. I remember going to work one day when Obama was president. The gas was so high, I couldn't make it home. And there was a pretty woman at the gas station. She paid for my gas. It was in 2009, and it was the first time gas hit $5 in my lifetime. When I first started driving, when I was 16, I can go to Arco gas station and get 99-cent gas. I never had to budget gas until Barack Obama became president. Then, after Barack Obama's presidency, I budgeted gas like a bill because it costed so much to fill up the gas tank after Barack Obama. So if people think that the Americans, if the Democrats think that you can scare the Americans based on gas prices and inflation, when we have been dealing with this since Occupy Wall Street in the Democratic Party, let's just be honest, isn't minimum wage on the Democratic platform? When we talk about inflation, when we talk about Americans, when we talk about gas prices, these are always rich liberals, rich Democratic liberals who bring it up. And I just want to remind them that the everyday American has been plagued with inflation and high gas since Occupy Wall Street. That's all. That's how Obama got elected, like Zohrani Mamdani, on hope and change. Even white people voted for Barack Obama because they hoped for change, because they have been getting railroaded and getting the short end of the stick. And what did Barack Obama do? Barack Obama paid the bonuses. Barack Obama created quantitative easing. Barack Obama created a mandate. Barack Obama made more millionaires, billionaires, and trillionaires ever. He was evil. Barack Obama was evil. Instead of you getting, and guess what never happened under Barack Obama? Barack Obama did quantitative easing, creating all these millionaires. He did the mandate, creating all these trillionaires. But you know what the Democrats didn't do? They didn't raise the minimum wage. They didn't improve your quality of life. So for all the time they spent in the White House, Clinton, Obama, Biden, they never touched that minimum wage. As a matter of fact, when Barack Obama became president, the minimum wage stopped going up. The minimum wage has not increased since 2008 when Barack Obama, the king of Wakanda, the black Wakanda, became president. And democratic socialism began to rule the day. The democratic socialists don't want you to have more money in your pocket. But let's play the video again. Y'all keep sleeping. Sleep away, sleep away, sleep away, camp. Sleep away, sleep away, sleep away, camp. I'ma vote for Democrat, even if I can't. I'ma vote for Democrat. The minimum wage stopped going up when Barack Obama was elected. To anyone who comes in my chat, like, I just know you're too young to understand how bad you've gotten screwed over. You're too young to understand how bad you've gotten screwed over. And it's sick. The minimum wage is $7.25. And it stopped going up under Barack Obama, and they never touched it. And because they focus you on race, because they focus you on sex, you never even asked for your fair share. They said Black Lives Matter, so you never asked for your fair share. Black Lives Matter, so you never asked for your fair share. They said focus on race. They said focus on sex and homosexuality. And you never asked for your fair share of the pie.
The president has exactly two choices. He can pay Iran to open the strait, or he can suffer the indignity of continuing this quagmire longer and longer. And because I listen to the Scott Jennings radio show religiously, I know that the White House has no intention of paying them to open up the strait. Senior administration officials told Scott Jennings exclusively, you should check it out, that they're only going to pay them at the end of the process, not at the beginning of the process. The Iranians, by the way, are not going to go for that. That means this deal that they've been bragging about, which usually they brag about right before the markets open. It's usually right before the markets open that there's a lot of good news, and then somehow the markets go up, and then over the course of a couple of days, we find out that it was all BS. It turns out that that's all BS, because what's going to happen is that they're not going to want to strike this horrible deal, according to Scott Jennings' top-level sources, and that means that the deal's not going to be struck, and the war's going to go on, quite sadly, actually. But the president has exactly two choices. He can pay Iran.
So they want to legitimize Barack Obama paying Iran. When he says we have two choices, he doesn't bring up the nuclear option, that we could blow their ass out the water. Right? Or we can keep the straits closed until they starve to death. Instead, he says we have to pay them like Barack Obama did. I argue we don't. We could either starve them out like we're doing now. The CIA says they have 3 more months worth of food, or we could bomb them. Iran is not getting $1 American dollar.
New this hour, Iran's state TV is putting out what it claims is a draft of the initial framework with the U.S. Now, there are a number of points in here that appear to be very out of step with a lot of the U.S. red lines. So take this information with a very large grain of salt. But Iran is claiming that the memorandum of understanding would have the U.S. withdraw forces and lift the naval blockade in exchange for Iran restoring commercial traffic through the Strait of Hormuz within a month, with all ship traffic managed by Iran. They further claim if a deal is reached, it would become binding with a UN Security Council resolution. We have heard no updates from the U.S. side, but the White House has repeatedly pushed back on premature reports and inaccurate reports about what these discussions entail. This is new from Iran today, so likely we'll hear some response from the White House. But today the president is set to meet with his cabinet to discuss all of this after scrapping plans to convene at Camp David due to bad weather, the same place where he convened his cabinet last year just before bombing Iran's nuclear sites. The stakes are very high. Iran accused the U.S. of a grave violation of the ceasefire after CENTCOM carried out what it described as defensive strikes on missile launch sites and Iranian boats trying to lay mines. Iran vowed to respond, and all of this was just days after the president announced a deal to end the war was largely negotiated. Iran is demanding, apparently, $24 billion in frozen funds to agree to all of this, prompting concern from lawmakers about emboldening Iran and also prompting a response from President Trump, who's pushing back against anyone who doubts his ability to make a good deal. Last night, Vice President Vance spoke to NBC about these negotiations in a call. He described himself as extremely hopeful, but said, quote, I think the more difficult question is whether they agree to the kind of enforcement mechanism, the kind of monitoring mechanism that gives us confidence they won't violate the deal in the future. So the president's cabinet meeting is set for 11 a.m., and we do expect to see the president on camera.
And we will be following that live, everybody. We will be able to see that live reaction here. Double tap, hit the like button. Perfect Timing Podcast. We will be following that live.
New this hour.
Live here. Iran just revealed initial details of a U.S.-Iran peace deal. This is historic. It says Iran committed to restoring the number of commercial transit ships. Iranian state media says military vessels are not included in this draft agreement. The management of routing of a ship traffic through the Straits of Hormuz is a final deal reached within 60 days. This agreement will be approved. Double tap, hit the like button. Let's take a look at this right now. They say that this is the 6 key points. I'll get you. Let's get this
breaking news coming to us.
Let's get this breaking news to the people on our Iran update. We talked about the Abraham Accords today. On top of these discussions, double tap at the like button, everybody.
Breaking news coming to us from Reuters, who have said that Iran state TV said Tehran had obtained a draft of an initial unofficial framework for a memorandum of understanding with the US. Under the framework, they said Iran would restore commercial shipping through the Strait of Hormuz to pre-war levels within a month, while the United States would withdraw military forces from Iran's vicinity and lift a naval blockade. So this is Iran's state TV saying that. Breaking news coming to us from Reuters, who have said that Iran state TV said Tehran had obtained a draft of an initial unofficial framework for a memorandum of understanding with the US. Under the framework, they said Iran would restore commercial shipping through the Strait of Hormuz to pre-war levels within a month, while the United States would withdraw military forces from Iran's vicinity and lift a naval blockade. So this is Iran's state TV saying.
So that's Iran state TV, because it's been a back and forth on whether or not we have a deal. That's Iran state TV admitting that there is a deal on the table. Double tap, hit the like button. That's Iran state TV admitting that there is a deal on the table. Marco Rubio on the Iran deal. Marco Rubio, secretary, looking so presidential. I just want to say that Marco Rubio has been looking so presidential. 2028 is not that far away. The Republicans, I think you're looking like gangbusters, man. You're doing a great job. Marco Rubio, J.D. Vance, Pete Hegseth, very proud of you guys, man. All of you looking just presidential, getting the job done, taking it to every world leader, looking regal, looking like leaders, letting everybody in the globe know America's first. I love it, man. I love it.
Perhaps there is the possibility that over the next few hours, the world will get some good news, at least with regards to the Straits and with regards to a process that can ultimately leave us where the president wants us to be. And that is a world that no longer has to be in fear or worry about an Iran.
So for you guys in the there's a lot of new people in the chat. They like to troll and have fun. So you guys are new. And unfortunately, I'm not going to allow you to stay as I give a recap. So one of the things I did today is I went over the Abrahamic Accords. And what I did is I shared with my chat not only the Abrahamic Accords, but I went over the Paris Accords and I went over the JCPOA. A lot of people don't know about the JCPOA and a lot of people don't know about the Abrahamic Accords. So a lot of people, I get real wonky on the channel. I don't know, you hear my voice, you see the black man and you don't really pay attention. Most people watch for like 40 seconds. They don't watch long enough. They don't watch even 2 minutes. If you watched even just 2 minutes, you may understand a little bit more about the content creator and what I do here. This is Trump News. It's all we do is Win Wednesdays. Today, what we did is we talked about the global peace mandates. And I wanted to break down in detail the Abraham Accords. And I think Trump, and he's been called a genius. The Abraham Accords represent a fundamental paradigm shift in Middle East diplomacy. For decades, the established consensus in Washington was that Arab nations would never normalize relations with Israel until the Israel-Palestine conflict was completely resolved. The Accords flipped the playbook entirely. The strategy, orchestrated by Trump administration, the Accords bypass traditional Palestinian-centric deadlock. It focuses on transactional business forward and security-minded alignment. This is what I say is the key point of the new going forward, because these accords, like I said earlier, were brokered in late 2020. What I like about the new vision is this shared adversary portion. And someone in my chat said earlier, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. The driving force behind the scenes was a shared defensive objective, containing Iran, containing the Shia jihadists, Islamic extremists, Iran, IRGC, by forming ties, Israel, and major Sunni Arab nations. What I've said to my audience and to those who listen longer than 30 seconds, I spent detailed time because I said the American people don't know enough about the differences between the Shia regime, the IRGC, and the Sunnis. The difference between Shia Muslim and Sunni Muslim. There are a lot of people that when I read this paragraph won't get the brevity, won't get the understanding behind how it makes sense. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. How it makes sense. It behooves Israel and the Sunni Arab nations to form a united front against the Iranian proxy warfare that they all suffer under. Now, this is wonky. This is complex. This is not Rachel Maddow. This is not Rachel Maddow. Huh? This is not propaganda. This is not catering to your emotions. This is not catering to your emotions. This is real analysis. Most people don't want to do the wonk. Most people don't want the real analysis. Most people don't want the true understanding. They want the TDS. They're high off the Trump hate. But you would never know this. Most of the idiots won't see this because they don't watch longer than 40 seconds. I do my analytics. They don't watch longer than 40 seconds. They don't read. They don't watch longer than 40 seconds. Like, look at this idiot. They come in with racist, anti-Semitic tropes. They come in with racist, anti-Semitic tropes, and they only like the joke. They're only here for the joke. They don't care that people are dying in the Ukraine. The Ukraine has been devastated. They don't care that people are dying in Palestine. Palestine has been devastated. Gaza has been They want a joke. In 2026, with so much death in Gaza, so much death in Ukraine, so much death in Iran, and they want a joke. They're here for the joke. Nothing will make them serious. There's so much death globally. Everywhere you look, there's a conflict. Everywhere you live, there's children dying. And they come for the joke. Ha ha. Ha ha. Ha ha. Who are you laughing at? Dead Ukraine children. Dead Iranian children. I want to know who's the butt of the joke. You know what I say when they talk about Israel? In America, America hasn't had one missile hit one city. America don't know what it's like to have a missile. Everywhere else in the globe know what it's like to be bombed. Israel, they got past the Iron Dome. Iran is bombing domestic sites in Israel. Tel Aviv has been bombed. They're terrified. No bombs ever hit America, but some people want to teach you about fake collusion. The reason why Americans can joke and troll, because we never been bombed. It's not serious. It's not real. We don't smell the dead bodies. We protest in Gaza, but we don't smell the dead bodies. We don't get all of the dead children in Gaza. We don't get all of the death. So it's funny. It's funny to white liberal Americans who troll in YouTube chat rooms because they don't smell the dead bodies. We in a global conflict. It's sick and perverted how many people think it's funny. It's sick and perverted how many Americans joke as we discuss these global conflicts, behind every talking point is a dead body. The Ukraine is forever changed. As we talk about the Ukraine and Russia conflict, you know what's left out? How many people have died? I'm gonna look it up. I'm gonna look it up for the jokesters. How many people have died in Ukraine so far? For everybody that think it's funny. Independent estimates range between 325,000 and 500,000 unalived in the Ukraine. That's just one global conflict. That's not Gaza. That's not Gaza. That's not Gaza, where half of the people are children. That's the Ukraine conflict, 500,000 people. For everybody who thinks this is a valid topic to joke and troll, 500,000 people, 500,000 people lives. The Democrats don't care about life. I don't think they care about life. They care more about their trolling and their jokes. It's obvious they don't care about life and victims. They don't care about life and victims. I'm getting emotional. They don't care about life and victims. None of them know how many people died in the Ukraine. None of them care. You add the death in the Ukraine to the death in Gaza, to the death in Iran. And you know what I want to do? I want to make a joke. I want to come in the chat room and make a joke and say something stupid. I want to come in the chat room and make a joke and say something stupid. That makes me feel better about the death. So on the screen is more research I did. Most people put their face on the screen. Most people put a video on the screen. This is original. This is my IP. You're not going to see this anywhere else. This table, I created this table. I didn't get this from X. I didn't get this from YouTube. I didn't get this. I created this table. This is from my research, and I'm researching the Abraham Accords, and I read to you the details of the Abraham Accords, including I broke down the Sunni Arab Israel coalition. I broke down to you why that's so important that you understand the difference between Sunni and Shia. But in my research of the Abraham Accords, in my deep dive of the Abraham Accords, I said, you know what it made me think about? It made me think about the JCPOA. That's the Iran nuclear deal that comes up a lot. And it also made me think about the Paris Climate Accords. So we have the Abraham Accords in 2020, then we have the Paris Climate Accords. Why is this important? Because Donald Trump took us out of the Paris Climate Accords. Donald Trump took us out of the JCPOA. Donald Trump took us out of the Paris Climate Accords, and Donald Trump took us out, withdrew, blasted as weak one-sided sellout deal and replaced with maximum pressure. Donald Trump took us out of the JCPOA. That was the nuclear deal that Obama created, and he took us out because it was one-sided sellout deal. He took us out of the Paris Climate Accords, which should have been assigned to NATO, because he viewed it as globalist mandate that economically penalized American energy and manufacturing. Now, the Abraham Accords that we talked about today are championed and pioneered, formed from the bedrock of modern Middle Eastern foreign policy. The core philosophy of the Abraham Accords is peace through strength. The core philosophy of Obama's deal was multilateral diplomacy, because he had the UK, the EU, and all of these people who weren't truly our partners in the deal, who actually worked against us. The Paris Climate Accord philosophy was globalist multilateralism, shared global targets that critics argue compromise sovereign industrial dominance. Well, it hurt American companies, which is why Trump took us out, and then Biden put us back in the Paris Climate Accords, crippling American industry, like recycling. That we see a resurgence in recycling now. So when I brought to you the Abraham Accords, I also brought to you a further deep dive breakdown. We get a little wonky.
Iran reportedly putting a price down.
We get a little wonky. We get a little wonky, and we go deep. deep, deep, deep.
Iran reportedly putting a price tag on peace. State media claiming the regime wants $24 billion in frozen funds released as part of any deal with the U.S. Our chief foreign correspondent, Trey Yingst, is reporting live out of Tel Aviv for us at this hour. He's got the latest. Trey?
Yes, Andrew, good afternoon. Iranian state media says the regime is demanding billions of dollars worth of frozen funds released as part of any sort of agreement with the United States. Now, officials in Washington say that's not going to happen, and any sort of financial relief for the Iranians will only come if they uphold their end of the bargain. This comes as the U.S. blockade of Iranian ports remains in effect, and U.S. Central Command says more than 100 vessels have been redirected as the Trump administration works to tighten economic pressure on the Iranian regime. Overnight, the United States conducted airstrikes against southern Iran near the Strait of Hormuz. CENTCOM says the strikes were defensive in nature and targeted mine-laying vessels along with a surface-to-air missile position. These were the first U.S. strikes that have targeted Iran since early May.
First U.S. strikes that have targeted Iran since early May. Ceasefire is over. We back to the party. Ceasefire is over.
New this hour, Iran's state TV is putting out what it claims is a draft of the initial framework with the U.S. Now, there are a number of points in here that appear to be very out of step with a lot of the U.S. red lines. So take this information with a very large grain of salt. But Iran is claiming that the memorandum of understanding would have the U.S. withdraw forces and lift the naval blockade in exchange for Iran restoring commercial traffic through the Strait of Hormuz within a month, with all ship traffic managed by Iran. They further claim if a deal is reached, it would become binding with a UN Security Council resolution. We have heard no updates from the U.S. side, but the White House has repeatedly pushed back on premature reports and inaccurate reports about what these discussions entail. This is new from Iran today, so likely we'll hear some response from the White House. But today the president is set to meet with his cabinet to discuss all of this after scrapping plans to convene at Camp David due to bad weather, the same place where he convened his cabinet last year just before bombing Iran's nuclear sites. The stakes are very high. Iran accused the U.S. of a grave violation of the ceasefire after CENTCOM carried out what it described as defensive strikes on missile launch sites and Iranian boats trying to lay mines. Iran vowed to respond, and all of this was just days after the president announced a deal to end the war was largely negotiated. Iran is demanding, apparently, $24 billion in frozen funds to agree to all of this, prompting concern from lawmakers about emboldening Iran and also prompting a response from President Trump, who's pushing back against anyone who doubts his ability to make a good deal. Last night, Vice President Vance spoke to NBC about these negotiations in a call. He described himself as extremely hopeful, but said, quote, "I think the more difficult question is whether they agree to the kind of enforcement mechanism, the kind of monitoring mechanism that gives us confidence they won't violate the deal in the future." So the president's cabinet meeting is set for 11 a.m., and we do expect to see the president on camera.
More on the Iran deals and detail the Abraham Accords.
Fox News alert, the president has just pulled the plug on his Camp David cabinet meeting and ordered everybody to report to the White House tomorrow to solve the Iran situation once and for all. Marco Rubio says the deal could happen at any second.
I think there's strong alignment and agreement on what a preliminary draft should look like. I think that, like anything with something like this, and it's going to take a couple days to settle on, even down to the disagreements over a word, sentence. So we'll have to work through that. If there's going to be a deal, we're going to have to work through that. But this is, it's either going to be a good deal or there isn't going to be one.
Over the weekend, the president called the Arabs and said he's only going to sign the deal and reopen the strait if they join the Abraham Accords. That means Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Egypt, Pakistan, Turkey, Jordan, all normalize relations with Israel. Now, when Trump dropped that on them, the Arabs were, quote, stunned. Another source tells Axios that they ended up telling the president this, quote, "We are with you on this deal, and if it doesn't work, we will be with you too." Now, we're pinning the whole Arab world against the Iranians. Trump just turned the Abraham Accords into a trap. It means if the Iranians and their proxies mess with Israel, they're messing with the whole rest of the Arab world. And for us, that means we don't have to be the Middle East babysitters. They all have skin in the game. And Trump says if the gay Ayatollah doesn't give us his John Hancock soon, he'll blow up. Yesterday, gave him a little love tap. The commander-in-chief carried out strikes in southern Iran. We caught the Mosquito fleet laying mines along the strait. We lit them up, and when Iran retaliated with missiles, we wiped out their launchers. The Pentagon says this was purely defensive. The Israelis are still pulling triggers. Over 100 Hezbollah targets were struck in overnight action in Lebanon. The Pentagon isn't slowing down either. We've been testing the Breaker, a bunker rupture warhead that can be carried by a drone. And when dropped, watch out. Now, are we going to use the Breaker to shake loose the uranium? Well, the deal on the table right now is no dust, no deal.
No dust, no deal. Put it in the chat. No dust, no deal. He said we had to pay Iran. I said we could bomb them. We've been testing the Breaker. And that's just one of the things we have that's underneath the nuclear war. Don't forget the 12-day war when we dropped the 2 bombs on Iran. That's just underneath the nuclear. We ain't even started Iran.
Before anything happens, though, Iran has to open up the strait. No terrorism, no tolls. Now, after they do that, and only after they do that, we'll start loosening the blockade. At the same time, we ensure the uranium is being destroyed. The president said it like this, quote, the enriched uranium, nuclear dust, will either be immediately turned over to the United States to be brought home and destroyed, or preferably in conjunction and coordination with the Islamic Republic of Iran, destroyed in place or at another acceptable location. Remember, Space Force is watching the 3 nuke sites. The dust is buried deep under the rubble. So when they start delivering on the deal and we monitor it, we'll start unfreezing some bank accounts. Anything else that's being reported is BS. That's according to White House officials. The president has made it clear that he's not budging on this, and he's got the wind at his back.
These incredible men and women gave their lives to ensure that the world's #1 state sponsor of terror will never have a nuclear weapon. Oh, and they won't. They will never have a nuclear weapon. I'm sure you know that.
The blockade's already cost Iran $20 billion. You add that to the cost of the war and Trump's sanctions before it, the Iranians are over $100 billion in the hole. Most of their top leaders are either dead, crippled, or in hiding. And now the whole world's putting pressure on the Guard to let the tankers sail.
Well, the straits have to be open. They're going to be open one way or the other. So they need to be open. What's happening there is unlawful. It's illegal. It's unsustainable for the world. It's unacceptable. I don't know of any country in the world that does it. The Russians are not in favor of the tolling system. The Chinese are not in favor of the tolling system. I mean, there's no country in the world that's in favor of the tolling system except the regime in Iran. So that's not acceptable. That cannot happen. The straits need to be open, unimpeded, without tolls, and obviously that needs to happen immediately as soon as anything's agreed to.
We've played a lot of footsie. We keep hearing that we're close, then it's 2 steps forward, 1 step back. The Iranians are gnarly and opaque. It's hard to know with these people. Some generals want to finish off the target list before negotiations, and others, they want to see complete regime collapse.
If we make this deal, it's going to empower Iran. By that I mean, listen, they are bruised and weakened to be sure, but they will remain intact as a result of it. Any deal that they will agree to, and we will likely grant, will have to provide financial relief for them. And that will enable them with billions of dollars to recover the regime. That means that the idea that this regime would eventually go away and collapse and goes completely off the table, and we'll be dealing with this regime for years to come.
A senior administration official says, quote, the president's view right now is that you would need a substantial escalation in order to meaningfully change things that are going on the ground. And you could always get more through military conduct. The question is whether you could get something that's worth the cost. Now, the Iranians aren't going to be rearming anytime soon because we knocked out their military-industrial complex. We have eyes in the sky the whole time, and we'll have inspections underground. And I'm sure we'll be leaving a carrier strike group off their coast just to make sure they keep their word.
All right, everybody, let's say goodnight. Time to say goodnight, Gracie. Trying to say goodnight, Gracie. It's been a great show. Everybody did a great job today. We did a great show. We put a lot of content out there, a lot of information. Proud of everybody. I love you guys. God bless the chat. God bless the channel. God bless the president. God bless America. God bless Charlie Kirk. God bless the memory of Charlie Kirk, his children, and his wife. I see you tomorrow at 1 p.m. every day, Monday through Friday at 1 p.m. Perfect Timing Podcast on YouTube, #1 podcast on YouTube. Don't forget to support monetarily by sending a cash app to $ Big D Ranch or sending a super chat right now in the $ at the lower part of the screen. You can send a super chat to donate to the channel. We need your donations. It costs money. The microphone costs money. The lights cost money. Everything costs money. Everything costs money. So we need your support monetarily to support the channel. So we ask that you subscribe. When you subscribe, hit the +, become a member. Membership supports the channel. Membership has its privileges. We have some special emojis. We do member-only live streams, member-only content. I put out a lot of members-only content because I create a lot of content. So the member is a great opportunity for people who love content, who have, who like to binge watch content. I put out a lot of content for my members only. Even today, I think I uploaded 4 or 5 videos that were members only. That's never been seen anywhere, and that you have to be a member to see. So membership has its privileges. Everybody watching right now, do me a huge favor. Hit the like button if you haven't done so to support the channel. Again, hit the subscribe button. Everybody watching right now, let me tell you this, to hit the like button and subscribe is absolutely free. We're running a Somalian special right now, a Somalian special. You can become a member right now. It's called a Somalian special. It's absolutely free. Go ahead, hit the like button. It's free to hit the like button. It's free to subscribe. When you hit the like button, you'll be able to subscribe to the channel. When you subscribe to the channel, you get a +. You might wonder, what's this plus? Plus is a membership. Membership supports the channel, gives you access to member-only content, member-only live streams, emojis. So support the channel by super chat, support the channel by cash app, $ Big D Ranch, support the channel by thumbs up, support the channel by your memberships, renew your membership, elevate your membership. We have different tiers: good timers, old timers, perfect timers, new timers. So the memberships are expansive. The channel is expansive and growing. It's the #1 channel, fastest growing channel on YouTube, #1 channel on YouTube for geopolitical and domestic debate. And I know you've seen the numbers. I know you've seen the thumbnail. I know you've seen the growth in the content, the moderator, the host. So you know this is the place to be to discuss this type of platform, to discuss these type of issues. You want to be a member. You want to be subscribed. You want to be here every day at 1 p.m. when we go live. Thank you so much. You guys have a great day. See you tomorrow at 1 p.m. God bless.